So if I hold it, Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Ted Betancourt, and welcome to the Higgins Middle School Library. Today is Tuesday, May 27, 2025, and we are beginning our meeting tonight at 7:08 p.m. It is the City of Peabody School Budget Public Hearing, and I welcome all of you here joining us today. I'd like to first start off the meeting, if we could all rise for a moment of silence, and please remember Jason and his family, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We're going to turn it over in a moment to Dr. Vidala, who has some information he's going to share. Then there may be some comments from myself and the school committee members, and then we're going to open it up to the public hearing. Anybody that would like to speak, just please come up, and either the microphone, the podium microphone, or the chair microphone, whatever's easier for you. Please, when you come up, if you could just introduce yourself, your name and address, and press the red button or the button on the right. That'll make you live and be able to join us. The broadcast today is being recorded or being taken live by Peabody TV, and our minutes tonight are being taken by our recording secretary, Laura Bowe. Dr. Vidala, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Betancourt. Welcome, everyone, to our public budget hearing. Okay. So I'll just provide a quick little recap of how we got here and where our budget is and where our funding comes from. So this snapshot that we see on the screen is a comparison of this year's budget, the fiscal year 25 budget, to fiscal year 26, and our funding sources that come from the state and our local municipality. So the number that is circled is our net school spending number, $98,600,552. That's up from last year around $95 million, and so it's an increase in our assistance to about $3.2 million. And so how we got here from last year's budget. Last year's FY25 budget was voted at $94,577,540. And this year we had a large increase in health insurance, approximately $2.5 million in the appropriated budget. So that brings us around $97 million. We had an increase in the special ed out-of-district tuitions of around $800,000. So that brings us to $98 million. An increase in our transportation contracts, $98.6. We have step and lane changes for our teachers, 99.5, and we did not receive the additional EA shelter funds for next year. Those funds were this year, so it was about $500,000 in salaries that came back into the budget, brought us around 100. Anticipated negotiation costs brought us up to about $102 million, and then bringing back the center school that was offline this year, bringing that back on cost about $2.25 million to bring us to full capacity. So that brought us at the first proposed budget of $104 million. We had to reduce that number as we compare our funding sources. Over here on the right-hand side, we received $38 million in Chapter 70 funds from the state. The other $60 million are funded by the City of Peabody, and that brings us to $98.6 million. Last year, we had 838.4 FTEs, or full-time equivalent. That's our staff. This year, in the voted budget, we will have, what is being proposed right now is 811.6, a reduction of 24.3 positions. We had 3 budget meetings over the past several weeks. On May 13th, 2025, we looked at reductions at the elementary schools and the virtual schools, and this round was designed to bring back the center school at full capacity. On May 15th, we looked at the middle, high school, and special education. And on May 19th, we finalized the reductions by looking at district-wide areas, including transportation, health insurance, out-of-district tuitions, and our salary reserve line. I'd just like to put out that budget reductions are never easy. These reductions impact all levels across the district, and so These are some of the net changes. Because the center school is coming back online, there is a lot of reassignment that will be happening to reduce the number of people at some of our elementary schools to provide more staff at the center elementary school. In the previous year, we moved people from the center to the other schools, and we're looking to bring them back. So the overall reductions for our Unit A, which is our teachers' union, is 9.0 FTEs. Unit B, which is our administrators, is 2.5 FTEs. Unit C, paraprofessionals, 12.0 FTEs. And AFSCME, which is our clerical union, 1 FTE. In addition, we were able to reduce $1.7 million in non-salary items. That came from some of the reimbursement and offsets that we're receiving for out-of-district tuitions and a transportation pilot that we're able to do. We're able to save some money in those areas. And so our focus really moving forward is to provide our students with the most support possible within our budgetary constraints. And I want to just do a little bit of an overview of what is actually happening at some of our schools and at some of the levels. So at the elementary level, the center school is reopening. We currently have several positions open across the district. In fact, we have 14 open positions at the elementary level. So we're not looking at massive layoffs at the elementary level. We currently have 14 open positions, which we will be able to open through the transfer process and internal moves before we post positions. The Higgins Middle School, the impact of our budget reductions is that grade 8 will have 4 clusters next year instead of 5. That is a reduction of 1 cluster, and that is due to the current 7th grade having 50 less students than the other grades, and we're able to absorb those students within 4 clusters and keep comparable class size to our other classes in 6th and 7th grade next year. At Peabody Veterans Memorial High School, we're looking at a reduction of 4 positions, 1 in each of the departments, English, Math, Science, and Social Studies. Even with these reductions, we've seen student enrollment decline over the past several years, so we're looking at an average class size of 16 to 22 at the high school level in those, which is very comparable to many of our schools throughout the district. With respect to special education, I just want everybody to know that we are committed to providing the special ed services as outlined in the IEPs. This budget allows for us to provide IEP services for every student as outlined with their IEP. There will be no reduction in services. All students will receive their services that have been agreed upon in their individualized education program. The final thing I'd like to mention is Peabody Prep. There has been some misinformation about Peabody Prep closing, our virtual school closing. I want to be clear that we are not closing the virtual school. There will be a virtual option. Mr. Canty and I had a very productive meeting with the state this year, just this past week, and we will be continuing with a virtual option. However, it's going to look a little different. Currently, Attleboro has a single district virtual school for their high school. It is not staffed with live teachers, but there is a check-in each day with a person. So this budget does, in the current constraints that we have, requires us to have all of our teachers teaching in person. However, we will be providing online resources to those students that would like to continue at Peabody Prep with access to tutors and a daily check-in with our staff. So every day they'll have a check-in with a Peabody Public Schools staff. We'll be working with our individual families for those students that want to remain in a virtual environment, and we'll work out with them how we can best meet their needs. And so with that, I will pause and turn it back over to Mayor Betancourt, and if there's any comments or questions from the committee.
Thank you, Dr. Vidala. Just a few comments I wanted to make, and those who have watched our meetings in the past have heard me speak to this before, but I wanted to give some background as to why we're in this very difficult budget season and why we've been facing many challenges as a district and trying to do the very best we can. But to give you some perspective of some of the costs we got hit with, some expected, some were definitely not expected. First, I want to start with state aid. As you know, we get a state aid from the state of Massachusetts every year, and it comes in 2 forms, basically. It comes in UGA money, which is unrestricted general government aid. That's aid that goes to each city for city services, police, fire, DPS, a whole number of city services. And then there's Chapter 70 money, which goes to the school department. Just to give you some perspective, last year we received an increase of $2 million. When you combine the 2 of them from the state, went from $40,684,000 to $42,646,000, just a tick under $2 million. This year, combined in school and city aid, we're getting 443,000. So that's 1.6 million left, 1.6 million less than we received from the state last year. That is a crippling blow. I don't know how the state can justify that. I'd like Mr. Amico shortly to explain, as he has at the other meetings, these new revenue sources from the state, but for some reason they're not going to the schools or to cities and towns. I think you can kind of make your own assessment as to where that money is gone, but if Mr. Amico can shortly address that. But again, we are getting $1.6 million less from state aid for our city. Then you factor in the fact that there is no more ARPA money available, which is the American Rescue Plan Act. Last year was the last year we received money to assist us during our COVID relief efforts. That money now is no longer available to us. Last year we had $1.1 million in money we received from ARPA. On the school side, it was called ESSER money, which is elementary, secondary school additional revenue to help with COVID and to bring our schools back and to provide resources during COVID. That also ended last year, and that came at a significant reduction. And this year, as was mentioned by Dr. Vidala, and I've spoken at length about this, was we went up in our health insurance costs 14.19%. That in and of itself alone is a $5.2 million increase district-wide for health insurance. That is not sustainable, never mind for the long term. It is not sustainable for the short term, and from what I'm hearing now, is that we need to expect that type of increase next year, which will be very difficult for any city and town to take on. But a 14.19% increase after a number of years where we're usually in the 6, 7, 8% range, which was difficult but always manageable. 14.19% is not manageable, and that's going to make it very difficult going forward for us. This year we went up $1.7 million in debt service, which was primarily attributable to the Welch School, which to me is a brand new Welch School. It's a great project over there, and that building will be thriving for many years to come. And also next door is the new public safety building that's taking place. I'm not going to rehash some of the other increases in retirement, our trash contract, and certainly salary adjustments for our employees in the city. But one I did want to touch on also is Essex Tech. As everybody knows, Essex Tech, we joined as a city many years ago. Before I became mayor, we made a commitment to Essex Tech. This year, the Essex Tech cost went up $938,000. It's never been anywhere close to that, and this year was a very painful increase that we're not allowed to challenge, we're not allowed to negotiate. It's just a set number, and it's taken out of our funds before it even comes to the city of Peabody. So these additional costs have made this a very untenable situation for us, and one that we really needed to look at where we are, where we're going, looked at the sustainability of our programs and things that we've been able to do. Over the last several years, we've been able to add a great deal, and there's been a number of classrooms that have been able to have lower enrollment because of some of the investment we made, but this is a year we've had to tighten our belt and make some very difficult decisions as a group. None of us on this committee got involved in running for office to make cuts and make difficult decisions in terms of cuts. All of us want to make the necessary improvements to our district and our city and our education. I think, as many of you know, I have 4 children that have gone through the schools. 3 are in school right now. 1 just recently graduated, and I think all of us on this committee and all of us up here have had our children either in school now or have recently graduated. And these are very difficult decisions for all of us as we work our way through. And I appreciate, I've heard from many people, some in this room, expressing their thoughts and concerns and ideas, and I've been very grateful for that. It's been very difficult navigating our way through all of this, but I feel like we've been hit in the stomach on a few things that were unexpected, and not getting assistance from the state is extremely disappointing. And when you're not getting assistance from the state, then where does it fall? It falls onto our taxpayers. And that's always something we try to balance as best we can. So I wanted to just preference a few of those items before we began and open it up to the public hearing. Happy to listen, and public hearing, we're really not allowed to getting a back and forth, but I'm going to take those as we come and try to do the best we can to provide information as best we can. So. There's no questions at this time from the school committee members. We can open it up. Mr. Amico, before we go to open it up to the public hearing.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. and through the chair, Dr. Vidal, thank you to you and your team for putting this together. I did want to mention, as the mayor had alluded to, the shortfall in funding that we've received from the state. These numbers are staggering. Please feel free to Google, use AI, whatever tool you use, but these numbers are staggering. And before I state that, I've been on the school committee for 10 years, and I know every one of these members, and every year we come to budget season and we fight for students and teachers alike. We always do. We always try to. This year is different. The funding just isn't there. The state, unfortunately, hasn't given us what we need to operate. So I just wanted to give you a quick little rundown. First off, during COVID, the state misappropriated $2 billion during COVID. Our migrant emergency in the state cost us $1 billion. Millionaire's tax, which is new to the Commonwealth, last 2 years has generated $2.6 billion already. Online gaming, which is fairly new over the last, I believe, 2 to 3 years. Last month alone in Massachusetts, online sports gaming, the revenue was $65.5 million in 1 month. Casino revenue, I'll be honest, I don't have the numbers, but we can imagine that all our casinos are doing rather well, considering they're always filled. And this personally always gets me is MCAS, especially where citizens and the voters of Massachusetts have voted it down as a graduation requirement. Why does the state continue to fund MCAS to the tune of $150 million over the next 5 years? I can assure you as an educator, we have plenty of teachers, literacy coaches, principals, assistant superintendents across the state that could come up with a test that is probably better and at a fraction of the cost. So when we look at these numbers, and we've made some severe cuts to our schools here. Just think of those numbers and just think, where is that money going? Because unfortunately, it's not coming to our schools. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Amico. Before we go to the public hearing, I just wanted to make sure that we are right now in the public hearing for the school budget. Following the public hearing, we will be having a regular school committee meeting at that time where there will be an open opportunity to be heard as well. This particular meeting is specific to the budget, and we want to open that up to everybody to give their thoughts and share their opinions. Mrs. Dunn, did you want to comment before we open things up?
Thank you. Will we have the chance as committee members to ask specific questions after the public hearing before it adjourns, or should we ask our questions now? I have questions.
I think, Mrs. Dunn, maybe we can hold till after, and because I think some of the comments could be helpful to us as we hear them from people.
Okay. I'll hold.
Okay, I'd like to open it up and welcome anybody that would like to come forward and speak. You have that opportunity now, please. Okay. And again, if you could just please introduce yourself, your name and address. Mr. Hawes.
Technology is fantastic. So my name is Mike Hawes. I live at 7 Bury Ave in Groveland, Massachusetts. So first off, I want to thank everyone for coming out. This is a fantastic turnout in support of your fellow staff. So I have something quick prepared. So good evening, members of the school committee. My name is Mike Hawes, and I'm currently the first VP of the PFT. I've been a history teacher for 20 years at the high school and a proud graduate of the Center, Higgins, and Peabody High School. Even though I no longer live in Peabody, Peabody is and always will be my home. Tonight you are going to hear from members of the PFT who have not been coached or asked what to say, but rather dedicated teachers who are coming forward to speak their truth. My plea to you tonight is to think of different and creative ways to find money to fund the cuts and fund the cut positions, because it is clear that now more than ever, the students and families need more staff, not less. I also want to speak out against some information that was inaccurate from the final budget meeting. Co-teaching was mentioned as being a success. However, at the high school, it is not. I can only speak from being a high school teacher. However, we have filed numerous grievances against the model because many teachers have zero interest in the program, are granted inadequate training, and limited time to plan together. The model is only growing. However, I would argue the amount of staff that are willing to participate is very little. We had one co-teacher leave at the end of the school year last year because of how it played out, and we had 2 co-teachers quit mid-year this year, and it has been incredibly difficult to hire certified teachers to fill these positions. Last Monday, you voted on a cut at the Brown that was an interventionist. However, we found out late last week that an inclusion position will also be cut, and a school adjustment counselor from the Brown who splits time between the Brown and center is moving full-time to the center, and there's been no indication that this position will be filled. Another thing voted on last week was the cut for the parentheses ISS room at the Higgins, with the idea that guidance counselors are going to rotate coverage of that room. However, this year, there was a guidance audit or review that was done through a group called Case Collaborative, in which it was mentioned in their findings that the guidance counselors need to be made more available for their students, not less. And they should not be doing things like lunch duty, proctoring exams, or in this case, monitoring in school. So in essence, this goes directly against their findings. Finally, if you're thinking about where you could get some money, look at the top. You know, this district is very top-heavy. There are at least a few in that group that do not have direct interaction with students. Also, no more t-shirts, no more guest speakers. We could use money in different ways. Again, you're going to hear more pleas coming up from other staff. Please take the time to listen with open ears. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Well, welcome.
I was not granted the height gene. My name is Nicole Kenny. I actually reside in Woburn, not in Peabody. But I've been with the Peabody Public Schools since July of 2007. In my time, I've worked with 8 principals, 6 superintendents, and 2 mayors. And one thing I've noticed after all of this is educators, and I say educators as that encompasses all people that work with the actual children of this district, are the ones who are here day to day, week to week, year to year. They are resilient in the face of change, flexible with decision-making, and dedicated to their craft. We truly put the hope in the Peabody Public Schools. We take what we are given each August and do what we can to help children succeed to the best of their individual abilities. Some students need more than a classroom teacher can give, and that's when we lean on our interventionists, our mental health workers, and our paraprofessionals. Without the support of these individuals, our jobs would be nearly impossible to accomplish. I currently work at the West Elementary School as a kindergarten teacher. Our school happens to house the TLC program, formerly known as Choices. This program is intended to support students with severe social emotional disabilities that limit their ability to access the curriculum independently. Each student that we keep within our district as a result of this programming has the potential to save the district almost $100,000 in out-of-district costs, including tuition and transportation and so on and so forth. I have been super fortunate enough to work as the inclusion teacher for this program at the kindergarten level, where students join my classroom for lunch, recess, physical education, health, art, music, library, science, and social studies, as well as any special events that may happen in kindergarten. Without the support of the paraprofessionals at the West School, I would not be able to support these students within my classroom. Unfortunately, this year the K-1 classroom was closed and moved into a different situation, so I wasn't able to be the inclusion teacher. This year, we had 2 classrooms. One teacher had 9 students in grades 1, 2, and 3, and the other teacher has 5 students in grades 4 and 5, with 8 pairs supporting all 14 students in both classrooms. Over the course of this year, the program has had to call 911 approximately 6 times because students were so dysregulated, school staff required outside support. Those calls do not happen easily. They are a result of hours of intervention where staff has been pushed, hit, kicked, spit at, has had expletives and derogatory statements thrown their way, as well as ample amounts of property destruction. These teachers and paras navigate these situations with grace and allow these students to work through their dysregulation while trying to maintain a level of dignity and preserve their self-esteem so students can come back to school ready to learn. Navigating these incidents is difficult, but the West TLC team is a well-oiled machine. One look from one to another, and they know what to do. They jump in at the drop of a hat, often forgoing their lunches or prep periods to make sure everyone gets what they need, including each other. The cuts to the TLC program would dramatically alter the program's ability to meet the needs of these students. Just to give you an idea, currently we're looking at about 52 students entering second grade next year, including the 4 little guys from TLC. At this time, due to our contractual limits in second grade, we can't have more than 25 students in a class. Therefore, if you had 26 students in a classroom, we would need 1 para to also attend that class, taking the paras away from the TLC classrooms. If you were to cut paraprofessionals from this program, you're sort of hampering with the TLC students from being able to mainstream in the general education classroom effectively, which is the main goal of this program. I am aware, super aware, that this is one of the absolute worst budgets we have ever had. I get that. I empathize with that. However, my mom always said that you're not allowed to complain unless you come up with a solution. So, if you look carefully at lines 9017 and 10025 in your budget book, you'll see that there's 9 building attendants that are housed at the Higgins and the high school. These individuals are not clerks, they're not the greeters you were talking about last week. I know there was a little bit of confusion with that. They walk the hallways to make sure the hallway's safe, they're checking those bathrooms, and I understand that safety is a top priority, so I'm not suggesting you cut everybody. But if you look at their salary, if you total all 9, that's about $369,000 plus whatever maybe health insurance they receive or not receive. If you were to cut even 2 of these positions, you could save $82,000 along with whatever health insurance they may or may not receive. Doing this would help to reinstate the para positions of the West and maybe some other positions as well. I strongly encourage you to review the budget, review the tiers. There's a lot of people that don't have their eyes, ears, or hands on children on a daily or weekly basis, and I understand that this is a tough budget season, and I understand that cuts have to be made, but those cuts should not all be shouldered on the backs of the teachers and the paraprofessionals in this district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kenny. What was the, could you say those numbers again? The 2 you mentioned? The 9017, I think the...
017 and 10025. The numbers are changed in this budget book.
Thank you. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself.
I think this is on. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Liz Mover. I think I've met most of you. I am here speaking to you as a mother of 2 middle school children who are both on IEPs and who have both had success in the COTOC cluster model. My oldest son started at Higgins the first year the COTOC cluster model was introduced here. Due to the great success of many students in this model, the 6th and 7th grade increased to 2 COTOC clusters. I was always told that the plan would be for the 8th grade to also have 2 COTOC clusters. However, last year, the school committee opted not to fill the special ed positions needed to implement a 2nd COTOC cluster for the 8th grade. And now this school year, the school committee has voted to go from 5 clusters to 4 clusters in the 8th grade, therefore increasing class sizes. Dr. Vidala reported during a previous budget hearing the class size will increase from 19 students to 23.75 students for next year's 8th grade. I have grave concerns about the decision being made for the Higgins Middle School. I'm concerned that you're making decisions based on financial concerns only and not what our students need. There's power in data, and I'm curious where that data supports, 1, having 2 COTOC clusters for the 6th and 7th grade, but not for the 8th grade. And 2, that there's an ability to cut the 8th grade clusters from 5 to 4. Is there data that the district can share with the public? While recognizing that MCAS is a flawed measurement, it's currently the only data that our families have. So I pulled some data from the DESE website. 7th grade ELA in 2021, 35% of our students were meeting expectations, meaning 65% of our students are not meeting expectations. Fast forward to 2024, 29% of our students are meeting expectations, meaning 71 of our students in the 7th grade are not meeting ELA expectations. 7th grade math in 2024, only 28% are meeting expectations, meaning 72 are not meeting expectations. 8th grade math for this past year, 63% are not meeting expectations. Based on the data readily available to students, I'm not seeing anything that supports cutting class sizes, and I'm cutting clusters and increasing class sizes, and I'm confused and concerned where the proposal is coming from. Additionally, I have concerned about the district's administration structure and that there have only been discussions about cutting student-facing positions. I did a comparison of similar-sized school districts in Massachusetts. Peabody has a superintendent, 2 assistant superintendents, a director of special education, a director of student services, and a director of ELE and world languages. Each district that I looked at has 1 assistant superintendent or a second assistant superintendent who oversees student services and special education. In the interest of transparency and informed community dialogue, I respectfully request that a full organizational chart, including clear roles and responsibilities for the district administration, be made publicly available. Given the current focus on reducing student-facing roles, it's essential that the community has the access to information about how our administrative resources are allocated. Lastly, it's not your job to figure out how the city will fund education. It is your job to define what is required of our schools to function at a high level, and it's your responsibility to advocate for that. If the current budget does not reflect the appropriate staffing needs, programming needs, support needs to serve all of our students, then you must say so publicly. Chronically underfunding our schools is detrimental to our staff and students. I'm asking that you stand up for what is right for all of our staff and students and stop being too cautious to ask for what is necessary.
Welcome. If you could just please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Jen Coughlin. Many of you are well aware of who I am in this district, but tonight I'm here as CPAC Vice President with Liz. Figured I would speak since she spoke as a parent. So we just wanted to bring forth some concerns that CPAC has heard tonight, or has heard ongoing this year. So good evening. We are here as CPAC Board, and I should mention that Marcy and Kendra are also here in the room, sorry. We are here as a CPAC board and want to start by stating we acknowledge that this budget season is difficult. However, we have concerns about some of the proposed cuts. We submitted a letter to you prior to tonight, and rather than read it to you, we wanted to capture a few points. First, the proposal to cut the 0.8 position for the deaf and hard of hearing program. It was said that 1 full-time employee would be able to absorb the caseloads, that there is no program for these students, but that they have grid services of 30-minute increments. It was said if the solo teacher was out, then the services would just be made up. However, in order to make up these services, the parents need to know they were missed. The student needs to miss a different part of their school day to make up the services. We would question if there is a system in place to ensure that this happens. Not to mention, this is a very vulnerable population who has forged a relationship with that provider, so moving them to someone new could be detrimental to their education and the progress that they have made. Not specific to this population, but we have heard from numerous families that services are being missed, families are not being notified, and services are not made up, or only made up when the family approaches district staff about it. Next point, position of cutting multiple para positions. We have heard through the school year from both parents and staff that have wished to come forth confidentially that the lack of para support is problematic. Kids who require paras are not getting them, and it's causing services to not be delivered, including inclusion time for students, which you just heard from somebody else that would happen with the TLC para cuts. Next, the reading specialist at the Brown. While we've been told the reading specialist is generally seen as a general education service provider, it does affect special education. While we know that MCAS is not a perfect data measurement, it's the only tool families have, and according to the Brown School 2024 MCAS data, 58% of third graders are not meeting ELA expectations. 76% of fifth graders are not meeting ELA expectations. As you can guess, the number rises substantially for kids with disabilities. I think on the website it was around 90% of third and fifth graders. We are not sure why we would cut a position where there is data to support the exact opposite of how much an increase in reading specialists are needed versus cuts. Next would be the costs. The out-of-district costs are rising. That's been said multiple times that is a driver of the budget this year. And at a recent budget meeting, you said that at one of the programs, special ed programs, 1/3 of that class is going out of district. You said there were 17 kids, 2 are going on to the middle school, 15, which remains 15, 5 are going out of district. That's 1/3 of a program. And the TLC program, and you're proposing to cut the paras from this program when you already have 1/3 of that program going out of district. And additionally to that, the out-of-district costs have risen over $2 million since 2022. And when those costs, when the kids increase going out of district, it's not just tuition payments, it's transportation and it's legal fees that go for the families that have to fight in order to get their child out of district. Looking at your budget this year, it looks like there is a 17% increase in your legal fees in this year's budget. And we would question why the out-of-district numbers are rising, and with continuing to cut all these positions at the gen ed and the special education, we would expect that these numbers would continue to rise, which would drive further budget issues down the road. Rather than being, did I hit all those? Doing that one. Rather than being reactive to budget needs, we need to start being proactive in providing every child what they need. We are in a district where, according to MCAS, more than 60% of our 10th graders are not meeting expectations on math or reading. This number rises substantially for kids with disabilities. While this is a special education problem, it is also an every student problem. We need to be better at identifying students needing help and be better at getting them the necessary services. The earlier, the better. That's supported by research. That is what would help us drive budget costs down. It's not an immediate fix. It is one that takes time and effort. However, if we continue to cut numerous positions, continue to increase classroom sizes, and take away service providers, it will move us in the opposite direction of the goal we are trying to attain. Did I hit them all?
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Vasconcelos. Most people just know me as Danny V. I live at 40 Central Street for the last 15 years in Peabody, 35 years on Tracy Street. I graduated from the Carroll School in '86, Higgins in '89, Carroll Vocational, and Peabody High in '93. And I want to tell you just a few things. I'll make this short. I have tremendous respect for all of you. I really do. I think you all do an amazing job, and it's very difficult what you do. It really, really is. And I feel for you, and you have to hear a lot of things that are tough. And I just want you to know that it is tough. But teaching's tough. And boy, it's not getting any easier. I've been out the Carroll for about 20 years. This has been the hardest one yet. Our students are coming in with challenges we've never seen before. It's not easy. When you're staring at a kindergarten who at one time had rest period in the afternoon, now has ELA. And it's September, and they don't know how to handle themselves. And now those 23 kids are in this classroom with one teacher because the para left, because they are not full-time. It's hard to see those teachers cry at the end of the day. It's not easy. We know that in 3rd grade is probably the last chance kids get to learn how to read. After that, it gets really difficult. And in 5th grade, kids can be cruel. Ladies and gentlemen, cutting staff isn't the answer. Maybe it's raising taxes. Maybe it's just searching our souls for the right answer. But the answer can't be on the backs of our kids. It can't be on the backs of our teachers or administrators or even central staff. We have to ask the community for help. And if it's raising taxes, then someone like me who owns a home and has kids here, the answer is simple. Sure, we pay for lots of other things, but this we get a direct, there's return on investment. You know, it's not easy. We have to do better. Like I said, we can't bounce it on the backs of these poor kids. They don't know anything, but we're in charge to teach them, and we can do it with your help, with the community's help, with all of you working together, not laying blame, but coming together and saying we can do this. And it might not be the easiest answers, and sometimes there are tough questions and even harder feedback that we have to deal with. But I think as a big community, as a group of professional educators and caring central administration, and a mayor who's on our side, we can do it. We just have to stop giving blames. We have to stop asking the soft questions and start giving the real answers. Because let's not forget, in the immortal words of George Peabody, education is a debt from present to future generations. And today we're at a crossroads. We've done so well. Think about what we've done the last 4 years. Working together, not falling apart. And right now we're all at a crossroads. And it's not time to fall apart, everyone. Let us not do what's just fair. Let us not do what's just. But let's put our egos behind us and let's do what's right for all the students of Peabody. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. V. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, School Board Committee. I am a resident of Danvers, but I am a Peabody Public School teacher. I've been with the district since 2016. My name is Amanda Murphy. I'm a kindergarten teacher at the West Memorial School, and I'm here to speak in regards to the recent decision to cut Catherine Nutter's, the deaf and hard of hearing teacher position. Upon entering the West School, I was privileged to have a student named Jeremiah Randall. He's here tonight. My kindergarten classroom. Jeremiah suffers from hearing loss and required an FM transmitter. It'd be my first time working with a student that was hard of hearing. And of course, I was panicked with racing thoughts of how I'm going to make sure that this student would have the same experience as the other students. How am I going to make sure that he would have all the same learning opportunities? How am I going to properly reach the student and make him feel included, loved, and important? And then Catherine walked in. It made all those worries disappear. She eased all my concern by answering countless of questions, and there were a lot. She walked me through his FM system, modeled how to do his hearing checks, gave me countless tips and tricks of better ways to support Jeremiah in the classroom, and even outside of it. Then in my second year of teaching, I was privileged once again to have my student now, Zoe Greer, who is deaf and has cochlear implants. The same worries began entering my brain of how I'm going to make sure that her experience in kindergarten was going to be meaningful, full of joy, and the same opportunities not only for learning, but friendship building as well. But once again, to no one's surprise, there was Catherine, working with me side by side to help make Zoe's kindergarten an amazing, positive experience, and providing me with all the tools I would need for another meaningful and impactful learning year. And all of my questions and wanting to expand my learning, she has never not had a minute for me, and never ever had made me feel small or belittled with anything that I've ever brought to her attention, and there's been numerous occasions. She's allowed me to record her to study certain sign movements for letter-sound correspondence. She will always go above and beyond for her kids and to help a teacher that she is working with, no matter the questions or tasks ahead. Catherine has fought for sound panels, tennis balls for chairs, a rug to cancel noise out, got my door fixed faster than I could blink, and helped me place and set my classroom to better assist those particular students in need. She has taken the time to model one-on-one to not only me, but a full spew of team members. She understands the students and schools like the back of her hand and is vital in all IEP meetings, providing not only direct instruction to the students in her care, but to teachers and the school as a whole. Though, I must say, the true magic is not staff to staff, but was witnessed between Kate and her students. The bond that Kate has created with not only her students, but the other children in class is nothing short of, well, really indescribable. Kate not only takes her own students, but she never misses an opportunity to teach the other students in class. On countless occasions, she will spend an extra minute or two teaching the other students to sign holidays, phrases, names, you name it, she'll help them. And even when she is short on time and a student asks her a question, and with being kindergarten, they do have a lot, she always takes time to teach them. Throughout her 2 years with me, she has taught both of my classes how to better speak to students who have hearing loss or total loss and how to better connect. In return, those children that learn from Kate take their lessons outside the classroom to their dance classes, assemblies, play dates, really anywhere they go. And they even take on that role as an adult around them to advocate for the students when they need a voice, because they may not have it. I had the joy of watching Jeremiah and Zoe interact to connect with Kate through a third-person point of view, and all I can say is that they have this special bond with Kate that when you see it, you just know it's something spectacular. The way that Kate is a safe space, a confidant, an ally, and someone that truly understands them down to the deepest level. When the noise gets too much for them, she's there to connect and support like a classroom teacher sometimes just can't. Through her teachings and indescribable bond, she has not only instilled a confidence in her students that shines like the brightest star in the sky. I've watched Jeremiah and Zoe bloom into these amazing, confident, positive, joyful, fearless kiddos. And yes, I could stand here and take all the credit, which yes, I know I've helped, but we all know that Kate has had a bigger role in their journey since they were age of 3. Kate has not only made an impact on her students, but also an everlasting impact on myself, and she has helped me become a better teacher, providing me a whole new skill set to better enrich not only those individual students' needs, but the other students in class as well. And words can never truly say of all the gratitude I have for her. To quote our late beloved superintendent, Kara Murtagh, every student, every day. The slogan that surrounds the word hope on the Peabody Public Schools website and on countless letterheads sent through the district is now being discarded. Now you're looking at these students and taking away a person, a pillar of their safety and strength that they have needed and looked up to the most. The person that works directly with the students, a person that cares and loves her students just as they were her own children, a person that stands up and fights for her students' needs and makes sure that their learning experience is the same as their classmates, the person that makes sure that they have every learning opportunity and enrichment available to them and telling them, now we can't save her. I stand here before you, and the families of these students stand here before you, asking you to please reconsider getting rid of such an impactful, meaningful teacher and to find somewhere in that budget to keep a teacher that means so much to so many people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rachel Randall, and I am the parent of first grade student at West Elementary, Jeremiah, who's sitting over here next to my husband. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Ms. Nutter and advocate for the continuation of her position as teacher of the deaf. While I recognize that the grief and heaviness in our community right now following the tragic loss of the student, I struggled with the timing of this advocacy. But as a parent of a child with a disability, I've learned that there is never a perfect time to speak up. The needs of our children don't wait. My son Jeremiah has bilateral moderate to severe hearing loss due to bacterial meningitis when he was just 2 weeks old. With less than 20% chance of survival, he has not only defied odds, but he's thriving academically, socially, and emotionally, due to the services that he has had since a very early age. We first met Ms. Nutter when Jeremiah was just 3 during evaluation with Peabody Public Schools. At the time, he didn't qualify for services, but her presence left an impression. As his hearing worsened, he was fitted with hearing aids just before starting kindergarten. I was overwhelmed, scared, full of questions. I emailed Ms. Nutter in the middle of the summer, and she responded within hours, despite being on her summer vacation. That's when I knew that she wasn't just a professional, but she was going to be our lifeline in the school system. She's walked beside our family every step of the way. Her support, guidance, and advocacy are the reason that Jeremiah is confident in class. She's the reason he knows how to self-advocate, the person he turns to when school feels overwhelming. Their bond is something truly special. I understand the difficult financial choices that the district faces, but services for deaf and hard of hearing students are highly specialized. You can't just plug anyone into this role, and you can't assume that one person can now do the job of two. To take Mrs. Nutter off as a teacher, you're losing more than just a teacher. She connects to the students, she mentors the students, and she's a safe haven for these students. Replacing her isn't just unlikely, it's nearly impossible. There are currently 21 positions within a 25-mile radius for a teacher of the deaf and hard of hearing students in Massachusetts. If we lose her, we're not getting her back. Just through social media outreach, I've identified 3 children who will require a TOD within the next 3 years. Even if one of them is outplaced due to lack of support, that's $80,000 or more a year to send them to the Beverly School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing with Communication Center. Ms. Nutter has dedicated 13 years to the public school, making a lasting impact on students who are often overlooked. Cutting her position affects not only just our family, but every current and future student who needs this vital support. Please don't make these students invisible. Please don't take away the person that makes them feel seen, supported, and capable every single day. We simply cannot afford to lose her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. Thank you.
My name is Jessica Bloomerth, and I'm an 8th grade ELA teacher in the Pisces cluster. I have worked at the Higgins for 12 years. Before I begin addressing some of the significant challenges that will be inevitable with the proposed cuts for next year, I want to address what has been, without a doubt, the most challenging 10 days of my entire teaching career. Losing one of my students in the most traumatic of circumstances has been heartbreaking for all of us who cared about Jason, while also trying to take care of our students. What this loss has also done is highlight the needs of one of our most vulnerable populations, our students. Through the return to school on Monday, we were helped out by a team of counselors from within the district and a specialized team. By Tuesday, it was essentially business as usual in terms of additional support being provided, meaning there were no additional supports. As you can imagine, tension and emotions are at an all-time high, and it came to a head on Tuesday when we lacked the support to allow some students to grieve, while also having to manage the students who were potentially using it as an opportunity to not be in class. As you can imagine, this created a safety issue for both staff and students. While I hope we are never dealing with such a horrific event again, this should clearly indicate that without the proper number of teachers, counselors, support staff, paraprofessionals, and those other safe adults who work with students, we will drown. In all my time at the Higgins, I, as well as everyone I know who loves this school and their students, have taken any changes in stride. We buck up, pack up classrooms and offices, push carts around because we no longer have enough classrooms, and we do it all because we are often sold the story that this is the only option, and we adjust accordingly to continue to help our students. But this time, it does not feel like this is the only option, and this option will be detrimental to the well-being of not just our most vulnerable of students, but all of our students. The most vulnerable will likely suffer the most, as they are put into classrooms that will not address their specific needs, or they will be denied services that they desperately need because we don't have enough special ed teachers or school adjustment counselors. This will inevitably mean that even our most adaptable students will now be sacrificing a certain level of their education because teachers will need to be addressing specific behaviors in the classroom, which takes the focus away from actually teaching. We will no longer have a space where students who are struggling to be contributing members of the classroom can go until they can be at that level. We may not have counselors available for our at-risk students if they are tasked with addressing the students with behavior issues. These will all be weekly, if not daily, struggles. At every budget meeting I have watched, the students are discussed as numbers, data. It seems so easy to cast off our incoming 8th graders as low numbers, who we can easily have in larger class sizes. But if you have been in the building at any point this year, especially in the last 10 days, you know that these students are anything but numbers or data. They are real, live children. Students with a number of increasing mental health struggles and students who strive to be able to come to school and get the education they so desperately need. Since everyone is always discussed as numbers and data points at these meetings, I would like to bring in a few of my own numbers. $538,272. That is the combined salaries of 4 administrator positions as of 2023 who are not student-facing. Another set of numbers I will reflect on are 2 and 6.
2 being the number of administrators who successfully ran the district for many, many years. 6 being the number of administrators the district now employs. Around 400, which is the current number of 7th graders, divided by the reduced 4 clusters is 100 per cluster. This is a ratio of at least 25-to-1 in each 8th grade cluster classroom. 67, this is the number of 7th grade students who were determined to be in a mental health crisis or at risk of mental health crisis during the recent rollout of the SOS program. These numbers are above average and should be concerning to everyone in this room. Cutting or removing potential support towards these vulnerable students is disheartening and detrimental. These are the numbers everyone should really be paying attention to. While I don't condone having to cut any position or anyone, to not even discuss some of the non-student-facing positions while simultaneously cutting some of our most valued student-facing positions is alarming. It is my hope that you will listen to what those of us who are the most affected by these cuts have to say. We know the impact it will have on the students and ultimately the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Sheila McDade, and I'm here as a, my granddaughter is a student at the prep, and I am her legal guardian and her grandmother. I kind of think that that information up there is a little misleading, that the prep will remain open, and I know you said it's going to look different. It's going to look a lot different, because right now, they go to school online. There's live teachers, you know, they interact with each other. It's like a Zoom meeting, banter, you know, but more importantly, there's support. They have support there. You know, a lot of these kids, they're there because of physical health issues, mental health issues, anxiety, or something in their family requires them to go online instead. And some of them are there because they were bullied. You know, this is a safe haven for them. And to take that away and just stick them in front of a computer and say you're going to check in once a morning, like that doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't envy any of you in your positions. I know it's hard. You know, there's only so much money and you have to do certain things. But what they've talked about earlier, it's really, you know, yeah, it's a numbers game, but it's somebody's life. It's the life of a child. You know, so I'm just here to ask you to please reconsider, you know, try to find some money somewhere else. I mean, the prep is very important, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. So I just wanted to say before I start that I did see the PBD prep thing. From what I understand, you guys aren't keeping the actual program, you're just keeping the name. And you're merging it with something else, from what I understand. I just want to point that out. My name is Joseph Ruiz. I'm a student enrolled in PBD Prep, the district's online program. I'm here tonight to share my experiences and express my concerns about the decision to cut this program. PBD Prep has made a huge difference in my life. It gave me a safe and supportive learning environment where I could actually focus, grow, and feel understood as a student. The flexibility, the support from teachers, and the way learning is structured really helped me in ways that traditional school did not. This program is often seen as not social enough, but I'm here tonight as proof that that's not true. I've made close friends here and had real social experiences, and I even brought a board with photos to show all the local stuff. Without this program, I wouldn't have met these amazing people or even got my job at For Kids Only, which came through a volunteering program called Camp Invention with a friend from the online school who asked me to join him. Before prep, I was at Higgins Middle School. I dreaded going every day. Bullying was extremely common and I struggled academically. My IEP wasn't being followed properly and I didn't get the help I needed. I tried another online school after leaving Higgins, and when my grades improved, I felt completely isolated socially. Prep changed that for me because it's both online and local. One of my biggest concerns is that the state online alternative being offered will go back to that same isolation. It won't give students the same support or social opportunities prep does. I truly hope the committee will reconsider this decision. Instead of cutting this program, I believe they should look for ways to fund it, like opening it to students from nearby cities such as Salem or Lynn. That could bring additional funding through school choice while helping more students who need this kind of environment. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Patricia May, and I am a 7th grade math teacher at Higgins Middle School. I have been a Peabody resident for 33 years at 118 Goodale Street and have put 4 kids through Peabody Public Schools. As I stand here before you tonight, it is with a mixture of frustration, sadness, and hope. Frustration at the current state of our schools, sadness that it has taken a tragedy to bring long-standing, unaddressed issues to light, and hope that you will listen and take meaningful action. Many of us on the front lines, the teachers and the paraprofessionals, are at a breaking point. The demands placed upon us have grown relentlessly, while the resources and support we need to succeed have not kept pace. It is disheartening that it took the loss of a human life, a child, to force attention onto problems we have been raising for years. You, the school committee, make critical decisions that directly impact our schools. These decisions are being made with no input from teachers. We, the teachers, adapt to these changes because we have no choice. The consequences of your decisions are mounting. Students are being moved from grade to grade without any academic foundation. In my 7th grade classroom, many students cannot add, subtract, multiply, or divide. And I'm not talking about a few kids here, and it's not just my classroom. We are expected to teach algebra to students who have yet to master elementary skills. They cannot even write a complete sentence with proper grammar or punctuation. Yet, they will continue to be promoted and graduate unprepared for life after high school. This practice is failing them despite how hard we work to support them. And it's not just academics. Behavior in our schools is spiraling out of control. Disruptions are constant. Students curse at teachers, ignore directions, and challenge authority daily, often with no meaningful consequences. Disciplinary systems are ineffective, and the disrespect is demoralizing. I have broken up multiple fights this year. Many of us walk into school with a strong fear for our safety. How many of you fear for your own safety at your workplace? This is the daily reality. This is the daily reality for educators in Peabody. I do understand that to an extent, the schools are limited to parameters set by the state, but we could and should be doing better. I understand that parents often tie our hands as well, and that factors into this challenge. We need support urgently, immediately, now. This includes increased behavioral and mental health services, consequences that reinforce accountability, and additional staffing to address growing needs. Students who cannot function in a classroom environment should have structured, supportive alternatives with a trained professional to help them re-enter the learning community successfully. Currently, it is just the middle part of the day that students are removed from their classes, and having roving guidance counselors is not a solution either. If anything, that will make it worse. I am worried about the decision to eliminate an 8th grade cluster. This year's 7th grade class, which is 405 students, is the most challenging I've seen in 2 decades. Reducing the number of clusters will increase class sizes significantly, very troubling when so many students already struggle behaviorally or academically. With current schedules and behavioral disruptions, students receive 35 to 40 minutes of instruction per class on a good day. That is not enough, especially in this environment. Surprisingly, these decisions for cuts to staff are made without consulting educators about the effects in the classroom. I've heard that leadership has suggested that teachers are happy and doing well. Respectfully, that is simply not true, not in our building or even across the city. Morale is low, burnout is high, and we feel unheard. I urge you to reconsider how district resources are allocated. While classroom positions are being cut, district administration remains top-heavy. To name just a few, we have 2 assistant superintendents, a director of student services, and curriculum specialists, many of whom are far removed from daily school operations. Can we honestly say that every one of these positions is essential? Or could some responsibilities be consolidated, as you often ask us to do? For example, can we cut an assistant superintendent and have 1 assistant superintendent? Can we cut the director of student services position? While some positions are paid for by a grant, that grant money can be used elsewhere. It could actually fund the trained professional to deal with the behavioral issues. Last year, a survey was sent to teachers. Many of us responded openly and honestly. To date, we have seen no follow-up. Were we talking into the void? I want to share something that I have kept private. The anonymous letter sent to all of you last year, that was me. I didn't feel safe attaching my name then, but as I approach retirement, I no longer feel the need to stay silent. I'm speaking up now because I care deeply about the future of the city. To the parents reading or hearing this message, we have heard your concerns, but responsibility cannot rest solely with the schools, with the burden placed just on the shoulders of the educators and administrators. We, the educators, administrators, and families, must hold students accountable and teach them to show respect, responsibility, and empathy. So now I ask you, what happens next? I hope this letter is received not with defensiveness, but with a sincere desire to listen, reflect, and act. The system is strained, the teachers are exhausted, and students are struggling. It is not too late to make thoughtful, informed changes that prioritize learning, safety, and long-term success. Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you, Mrs. May.
my name is Dawn Sacco, and I've lived in Peabody my whole life, went to all Peabody schools. This is my daughter, Madison. She is currently a junior at Peabody Prep. I ask you to please reconsider about making the prep, taking the program away that's there now. My daughter was bullied in elementary school. The teachers told her she was a tattletale. 5th grade telling a little girl to die is just not acceptable. It never was handled. She went to Higgins, the same girl bullied her. COVID came, we wound up trying Peabody Prep. Madison went from not wanting to go to school every day, being afraid she was gonna be picked on, to she has the most credits out of any student in Peabody right now. She also won, she's also the scholar of was 2022 Scholar of the Year Award. Peabody Prep is an amazing program. She is thriving. I mean, to be a junior and be able to graduate because she already has enough credits says how important these teachers are and how important this program is. Dr. Lord had a vision, and I feel like even in his absence, all these teachers, they've carried his vision. The kids are thriving, they're strong, they're independent, and they're not afraid anymore to be themselves. I just think would be doing a horrible service to these kids to take the teachers away from this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sacco. Please, welcome.
My name is Stacy Beck. I live at 16 Belfast. While I understand the budgetary constraints and the potential removal of positions can present challenges for the school district, I would like to respectfully share my concerns regarding the proposed elimination of the .8 teacher of the deaf. My daughter, Jillian, for the past 3 years has been a student of Paso Savante at West Memorial and will be entering kindergarten this fall. She was born with a unilateral hearing loss. While I'm sharing about Jillian's situation, I believe these concerns are relevant for all students who are deaf or hard of hearing. Upon her enrollment at Pasos, Jillian was placed on an IEP, and we were introduced to the teacher of the deaf, Miss Nutter, who has become an essential part of Jillian's educational team. She has provided invaluable support regarding Jillian's hearing loss, assistance with her hearing aid, and guidance in empowering Jillian to advocate for her own needs. As Jillian prepares to start kindergarten in the fall, I have felt reassured knowing that Ms. Nutter would continue to support her. However, I was concerned to learn that her position is being eliminated. This raises important questions about how I and other families of deaf and hard of hearing students will ensure ongoing communication and support for our children. It is vital that all students receive adequate support, and the removal of this position seems likely to place a significant burden on a single individual to meet the diverse needs of all deaf and hard of hearing students across the entire city. I'm concerned about how one person can effectively serve all these students across multiple schools and how essential services will be provided if that individual is out. Additionally, as an educator in a neighboring district, I am familiar with the challenges that come with limited budgets and understand that positions, once eliminated, are unlikely to be reinstated. I've observed that deaf and hard of hearing students often rely heavily on the speech-language pathologist, whose skills, while vital to the students, may not always fully address the unique educational and communication needs of the deaf and hard of hearing students. For example, speech-language pathologists may lack specific training in the use and troubleshooting of FM systems, hearing aids. This highlights the importance of maintaining specialized support roles such as that provided by Ms. Nutter. I sincerely hope that the district will reconsider this decision and choose to retain Ms. Nutter's position along with other roles currently under review. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Deborah Mitchell. This is my son Cameron. We live on Reynolds Road in Peabody. We've been residents for 13 years. Thank you.
Hi, I've been a Peabody Prep student since just after in-person school resumed after COVID in 2021. I ended up with COVID, which turned into long COVID, and I was very sick for a long time. I was in and out of Boston Children's Hospital and missing a lot of school. Because of prep, I was able to be in school even when I was too sick to stand. Now, after long COVID left me with several health issues, although I'm much better than I was, I still suffer from chronic fatigue. When I was really sick, the prep was the only way I could still attend school in my city and have the help of my IEP team, and it's really the only way I can continue. I don't even have the physical energy to travel through the school to and from my classes. I am unable to function as a typical student, and I don't want to lose my services through Peabody Public Schools, including my amazing teachers. I know this is a sensitive subject right now because of the tragic loss of Jason Bernard, but I feel it important to tell you that prior to getting sick, I had been bullied as well, and the prep provides for me a safe environment where I feel comfortable. My teachers, my IEP team, my counselors, and my tutor have helped me so much, and I don't think I could continue my school career without them. I'm asking you to please reconsider discontinuing the Peabody Prep program as it is, because I, like so many other students, truly need it. Honestly, I feel like my future depends on it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank
That's
you.
a tough act to follow. Sheesh. Hi, I'm Heidi Mykrantz. I live in Danvers, but I teach here at the Higgins. I'm the therapeutic community learning teacher at the Higgins, currently the only therapeutic learning teacher at the Higgins. I am here just to ask you to reconsider not hiring a second teacher. I have been here for 3 years. The first 2 years we had a second teacher. This year we did not. It was not expected, so I was sort of thrown into that position. And did it with everything I could and have some amazing paraeducators that have worked with me all year and have been also incredible. But we're tired. We're doing a lot. I think that Dr. Vidal is right. We can cover every IEP goal. We can make sure the students are getting what they need, but it is a huge detriment to the kids and what a daily flow of the classroom looks like for them, and it is for us. We are exhausted and fairly overwhelmed and trying our very best to give as much as we can to some of our most vulnerable students in the entire population. As you've heard repeatedly, our kids need a lot. There isn't a day that I walk through this building that I don't hear at least 2 or 3 teachers say, "Oh, do I have somebody for you?" I hear it a lot, and they're right. There are students that are in the other population that are in inclusion that could probably very easily be in our program as well with their intense therapeutic, social, emotional needs. This year we had a smaller program because we had 1 teacher. We weren't able to take as many students as probably could have come into our program. I know we're starting a little smaller next year as well. Also, I think due to the fact that we don't have the capacity to take any more kids who would benefit from our program. We frequently see students who don't show up at all, are failing, get in fights, are having difficulty with peers, are cursing at teachers, are throwing chairs, show up in our room who then come to school, succeed, feel better about who they are, feel better about their academic experience because they have a small learning environment with teachers and paras that have therapeutic experience and are able to give them what they need to be successful. I right now am teaching 4 subjects across 3 grades in 7 periods, 12 subjects in 7 periods. That leaves me with no prep. That leaves me eating my lunch with my students. And that leaves my students getting, maybe if they're really lucky, because of time where we have to get their therapeutic needs taken care of, have them settle into their academics, deal with certain emotional issues as well, 15 minutes per child per grade, per subject, if they're lucky during a 45-minute period. I have numerous times my associate principal will come in and look at me and go, "I'm not quite sure how this works." I'll have social studies, math, and English language arts being taught for 3 different grade levels in one 45-minute period. And this is with a lot of work with the people around me to make sure that the students get what they need and that we're able to condense and be effective and as efficient as possible. There are a lot of people looking at that, but it's still very, very difficult. The kids are not getting what they need. Our suspensions are up this year. Our out-of-district placements are up this year. Our conduct referrals are up this year, and our students are not learning the way they did last year. We had incredible groups. We had a lot of opportunity to really let them dive deep into subjects that they enjoyed. I can't do that when I've got about 15 minutes to work with 1 grade on 1 subject in a period. I need more time to be able to do my job well. It worked very well when we had 2 teachers. We each took 2 subjects. We each got a prep period. We were able to give the kids what they need. Rigor, therapeutic services, a flair for the dramatic, which works very well with these kids. And the students were happier. They stayed in their classroom. Anyone who's been in Higgins will hear on the walkie constantly, one of my students is out, and the APs are having to respond to that. The building attendants are having to respond to that, and it's taking staff away from other places in the building versus just in our program because we don't have the ability to keep them as engaged as we'd like and in the space that they thrive in. So I'm just asking if you please reconsider that. These children are our most vulnerable, and we're only as good as our most vulnerable students. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Katie McFarland. I live in Groveland, but I've been an educator for 19 years, 9 of those here at the Higgins, teaching 7th grade math. For nearly 2 decades, I've dedicated my life to this profession because I believe in the power of education, and more importantly, I believe in the kids sitting in front of our classrooms every day. In addition to teaching here, I've taught several graduate programs for educators for the last 15 years. I always thought I'd be an elementary school teacher. That's how I started, but it wasn't until I found my passion for helping students find success in math, helping them build confidence, develop perseverance, and understand that they are capable, that I discovered that middle school was where I was meant to be. I come from a family of educators. Teaching is in my blood. Even before I officially held the title, I was always mentoring, coaching, and teaching in every job I had. But I could never have anticipated how much this profession and our schools would have changed over the past 19 years. I entered education expecting to be a teacher, a mentor, a motivator, and a problem solver. What I didn't expect was how much of my time would be spent helping students stay emotionally afloat, navigating mental health crises, managing trauma, and trying to support children who are carrying the weight of the world that often feels unstable. They're navigating political division, fears of deportation, financial instability, family challenges, and the lingering academic and emotional and health effects of COVID-19, and that's just the beginning. All of this is magnified by the constant exposure to social media, where perfectly curated and unrealistic portrayals of who they should be lead to damaging comparisons. Add that to the anonymous cruelty, impulsive online behavior, and viral trends that often spill into schools and public spaces, leaving lasting harm that many students don't even realize they're causing, either to themselves or to others. This is not the same school environment we experienced when I began teaching 20 years ago. Not even close. And I want to acknowledge something tonight. I know you're in a hard position. We're living in a time of financial instability. Budgets are tighter than ever. I do not envy the decisions you are being asked to make, as many have said. And I don't take lightly the responsibility that sits in front of you. Balancing a budget is necessary. But I'm here tonight to ask you to look beyond this spreadsheet, because these aren't just numbers. These are kids. These are classrooms. These are lives. Last month, we screened our current 7th grade students through the Signs of Suicide SOS training. The results were devastating. About 15% of students were flagged in the red zone. Students at risk, struggling silently with depression, anxiety, or worse. That's not a statistic. That's dozens of our students who are quietly and not so quietly asking for help. And just like that, any conversation about where to cut becomes more than theoretical. It becomes personal. We cannot afford to lose more student-facing positions, especially now. This last week has made this more apparent than ever. When we reduce clusters, when we cut teachers, when we cut paraprofessionals, we're not just trimming fat. We are slicing into the core of what keeps students supported and seen. Let's talk about class size, because it matters a lot. Larger class sizes don't just make rooms noisier, they significantly impact outcomes for both students and teachers. The Economic Policy Institute found that class sizes above 25 can lead to higher rates of disciplinary issues, lower teacher satisfaction, and reduce academic achievement, particularly in math and reading. In fact, a landmark study in Tennessee, Project STAR, showed that students in smaller classes outperform peers in larger class sizes for years afterwards, with particularly strong results for disadvantaged students. And the American Educational Research Association found that even small increases in class size, especially in middle and high school, can reduce student achievement by up to 10 percentile points, particularly in subjects that require individual feedback, like math. But it's not just about academics. Larger class sizes also mean that fewer meaningful relationships, not for lack of trying, but because of sheer logistics. It becomes harder for students to form a connection with a teacher and harder for teachers to meet the diverse needs of every learner. Student behaviors derail learning and take away from others on a large scale. In bigger classes, students who are struggling academically, but who are socially quiet, can disappear in the crowd. And as we have seen in this past week, students already feel like they're drowning. Student behaviors are spilling beyond classrooms into hallways and outside of school. More students per class also increases stress and burnout for educators, especially when trauma, behavior, and social emotional needs are higher than ever. It's a recipe for disaster, and ultimately for turnover. And that's something no district can afford. In a profession where approximately 44% of new educators leave the profession within the first 5 years, seasoned teachers are the best hope for stability and growth. We need more support for our students, not less. More trusted adults in the building, not fewer. And yes, I understand that you are facing incredibly hard decisions, but I ask you this: Shouldn't student-facing roles, the one that directly touch the lives of our kids, be the very last thing we cut? What makes Higgins strong and Peabody strong and the schools here strong aren't just the walls, it's the people in them. It's the teachers, paraprofessionals, counselors, administrators, and staff who come in every day ready to give everything they have to support students who are facing more than we will ever know. If we remove those supports, if we increase class sizes, if we expect fewer adults to handle more needs, we are setting up our schools not just for struggle, but for failure. Let's be clear. Students are telling us what they need. Let's listen. And please, reconsider the proposed cuts to the middle school clusters and paraprofessionals, and actually all student-facing positions if possible. Let's protect what matters most. Let's be the adults who choose to show up, the adults who choose to believe our students deserve more than survival, but also deserve support, safety, connection, and the best educational opportunity we can give them. Last week, the middle school has a letter that went around and was signed by dozens of teachers, purposely not 8th grade teachers, because it felt like it would be self-serving about cutting the 8th grade cluster specifically, but honestly, I just think we need to show up and give these kids more because less is not working. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Greer, and I live on Bow Street in Peabody. I'm the mom of Zoe Greer in kindergarten at West School, and Audrey, she's in 2nd grade. You've already heard from a lot of teachers and parents this evening about the wonderful Miss Nutter, who is our .8 teacher of the deaf. To be concise and to get them home to bed, because it is past bedtime, I just want to kind of address some of the budgetary concerns that I have. So I have several concerns about the likely consequences of eliminating Mrs. Nutter's position. Is it the expectation that one teacher of the deaf service every deaf or hard of hearing child with TOD services across over 10 school buildings? Can you confirm that the service grid delivery hours required, combined with travel time between locations, is well within the contractual working hours of one full-time TOD and still allows a daily prep and lunch period? What is the plan should new students with hearing loss move to our district and you don't have the appropriate level of staffing to accommodate their needs? Hearing loss does not only occur at birth, it can also be gradual or sudden, and therefore cannot be accurately predicted in terms of future need. Will you try to deny a deaf or hard of hearing child the services they need because you do not have adequate licensed staff to provide services? Mrs. Nutter does the work that makes it possible for our kids to thrive in the public school setting without costing the district thousands and thousands of dollars per deaf and hard of hearing pupil on expensive out-of-district placements that would be necessary without her support. Let's look at the long game here. More deaf and hard of hearing students receiving expensive out-of-district placements because we don't have adequate staffing to support them in district. What a pricey cut indeed. Should one TOD not be able to adequately fulfill the current and future service grid delivery minutes that are currently legally agreed upon within our district, the district could potentially face legal repercussions for being out of compliance for not providing agreed upon special education services. Legal action from families would cost the district even more money that could have easily been saved by retaining a .8 TOD position. Mrs. Nutter is an incredible champion of equal access to education and communication for deaf and hard of hearing kids. She understands the intricacies of this low incidence disability and works to bring understanding to staff and peers who interact with these students daily. I strongly urge you to please reconsider the elimination of the .8 teacher of the deaf position here in Peabody. It would be an incredible loss for so many students and staff members who work with Mrs. Nutter on a daily basis. And deaf and hard of hearing children require the same opportunities and access to the curriculum as their typically hearing peers. Thank you.
Thank you,
Hello.
Kelly. Welcome.
Sorry. You'll have to excuse me, I don't have anything prepared, but in light of the recent development with Jason Bernard, I felt that I really needed to speak up.
Can you please introduce yourself?
My name's Sharon Surratt, and I live on Griffin Road in Peabody. I am a mom of a 2022 Peabody High graduate, a mom to my junior who goes to the Peabody Prep and an 8th grade student here at the Higgins. I want to start by saying my son that goes to the prep, he was bullied from kindergarten all the way up to him going to the prep. When I heard about the prep potentially being closed, my son was like, I'm not going back. I'm not going back to high school. I'm not finishing high school. I'd like to back up a little bit. Like I said, he was bullied from kindergarten up to going to the prep. And, you know, I was that mother that was always at the school saying, you know, something has to be done. My son would hyperventilate. Literally, I'd have to carry him to the car in his pajamas because he was hyperventilating because he didn't want to go to school. And nothing was ever done. And that leads me to when he was bullied here at the Higgins, came home crying. In 9th grade, when he went to Peabody High, he was bullied so badly that he too threatened to kill himself. He didn't succeed, thankfully. But since hearing about Jason, it made me want to be a voice and say, these kids that go to the prep, they need this more than ever. This is their safe zone, you know, when they don't feel comfortable coming to school because of the bullying. And so I guess, in short, just getting rid of the Peabody Prep would be so detrimental to a lot of these kids that find the prep as their safety net. So I'd ask that you reconsider, you know, keeping the prep the way it is now.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Cassis, and I am a student at Peabody Prep. I wanted to talk about why this program is so important to me and why cutting it, despite its budget concerns, would really hurt students like me. Before COVID, I was at the Higgins only for a couple months, and I already saw a fight in the hallway during that short time, and it honestly made school feel unsafe and stressful. When schools went remote, I found out that learning from home actually worked better for me. Prep gave me a chance to focus, feel safe, and actually enjoy school. Since joining prep, my grades have been great, and I've made real connections with other students, people I probably never would have met if I went to the high school. It's not just about convenience, it's about having a learning environment where I can actually succeed. I know the district is facing budget issues, but cutting this program would take away the one option that works for a lot of us. And in the long run, it might cost more if students drop out, leave the students, or fall behind without the support they need. Prep isn't just a nice option, it's a lifeline for some of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hello, my name is Susan Petrodellis. I live on Newton Drive. I'm here about eliminating the center school assistant principal. I have an issue with what is being called the center school adding to the budget to come back online. We are not adding to the budget. We would be reallocating back what was there prior to the closure. Nobody lost their jobs. The principal and assistant principal filled positions at other schools that would have needed to be replaced if the center didn't close. Maybe chalk that up to saving money for a year, not hiring a new principal and assistant principal where they filled in. Yes, this year we'll have less students, but that does not take away from the responsibilities of the principal or assistant principal. They still need both positions to carry out all the duties required. Something will suffer. It was stated that Dr. Higgins would help out when necessary, but not being in the school on a daily basis, he will not get to know the students when handling disciplinary issues, which is one of, I believe, the assistant principal's duties. The principal and assistant principal have some different responsibilities, and putting that all on one person is irresponsible and unfair. I'm not informed about some of the other detrimental cutting, so everybody else has obviously spoken about that, but I don't feel that we could take away an assistant principal from a school. No matter, I looked at the numbers, we're only a little bit shy than some of the other schools. I don't think it's fair for one person to take on all that responsibility and deal with disciplinary issues and a lot of the mental health and stuff like that. So I would like you to reconsider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Pamela Millman. I reside at 135 Lynn Street. I didn't plan on talking tonight, and I'm going to keep it incredibly brief. I think it's the questions that we need to know, or what we don't know, and how to ask. There are so many students and parents that have spoken up, and it's when the kids speak that really hits hard. One program I just want to bring up very specifically, the PrEP program. Dr. Vidala, thank you for clarifying the information that it's not being cut, but it's going to look different. It doesn't take but a moment to look on the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's website to see that PBD had to get approval for what it looks like. What is it going to look like? And how do we cut it when we got approval for one thing? I implore people to do their homework as a committee, as the public, and to ask questions and to seek information and know what to ask so that we can then ask you, what does that really mean? What were we approved for that we're cutting? Do we need to seek a different level of approval? What do we do? But to sit here and know that something is changing from the way we know it, knowing that an application probably needed to be submitted perhaps months ago. These are things I don't know. These are things that may have happened, but these are things that need to be shared. So a committee and the public understands the decisions being made in a very, very hard budget season. So I just stand here saying, be sure we're getting informed and we're asking questions, and we even know to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tristan Brown. I'm a resident at 27 Aberdeen Ave in the great city of Peabody, Massachusetts. I just come here tonight to, I grew up poor. I know something about saving money. You don't want to save money by skipping an oil change. Some people think that if you skip an oil change, you don't have to pay for it this time. You can just wait a couple times, you do it again. Problem is your engine seizes, then you got to buy a whole new car. Sometimes I worry with education cuts that we're skipping oil changes when really that's the funding we need, and maybe there's other funding someplace else. Now there's limited power that the school committee has, but when you think about it, we're at a deficit of $2.2 million, I think was said at the last meeting. That really isn't all the money in the world. You spread that across even just 25,000 Peabody residents, that's $100 a whack. So I'm just saying, maybe we got to get creative. I don't know what we can do right now, but I am thinking that we need to look for new revenues now, and we need to quit skipping oil changes and thinking that we're saving money. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Julie Murray. I'm a resident of Beverly, but I have been a teacher at the Carroll School since August of 2000. I work with an amazingly talented staff with our quite diverse population. I've been sitting here at every budget meeting right over there, so I've been tonight. I understand how difficult this process has been and the discussions that you've had. I have to say I was not disappointed but disheartened that you started at the elementary level with your budget cuts. That's where the students get their foundation of learning. That's their building blocks of education. And I heard a middle school teacher talk about students not being secure in math. Think about the elementary education as their building blocks. Then I listened to you go on to the middle school. and reduce staffing of paras and a whole cluster. Then I listened to you go on to the high school and reduce curriculum teachers. At the Carroll, you have reduced class sizes, you are reducing ELL support, and a special ed teacher. Currently, we have 246 ELL students. 25 will be moving on. My guess is the kindergarten class will sort of even that out. And you'll have some FELD students, but not significant. I also like to look at class sizes across the district. I chose to look at some grade 2 classes. The Brown School students, grade 2, 82 students, 3 teachers, 27.3 to a classroom. 25 is our contract, so my assumption is those will be students who will be coming in from substantially separate classes with a para. The Burke grade 2, 48 students, 2 teachers, 24 in a class, 1 away. The West grade 2, 52 students, 26 in a class with 2 teachers. Then I looked at the center reopening. Their grade 2, 25 students, 12.5 in a class. Seems to be some disparity in class size, just at grade 2. As many people spoke, smaller classes allow for more connections with teachers. We do small group teaching. The more students we have, the less small that group is. I also, like Ms. Kenny said, looked at the building access attendance, $368,073. I sat here as you talked about greeters at the middle school. Perhaps we could collapse some of that. Maybe the greeter or the building attendant in that area could be combined. And as I sat here, people kept saying, well, we're going to collapse classrooms and clusters and academic teachers, and we're going to collapse 11 paras. I kept waiting as we built from the elementary up to the middle to the high school. When are they going to collapse administration? When I started, there was 1 superintendent and 1 curriculum director. I went on the website and looked. We have a superintendent, 2 assistant superintendents, a director of special ed, director of ELE and world languages, director of student services, director of curriculum instruction for ELA, a K-12 guidance curriculum coordinator. The 1 position you did not fund, nobody was in that position that year, was the director of the STEM curriculum. It's incredibly disappointing as a staff member to see the collapse of many positions throughout the grades without the collapse of any administration positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come forward and speak? Okay. Do we have anybody online?
Looks
We
like
do
we
have
have
somebody online.
Looks like we have 1 hand raised. John Matheson. Please unmute yourself. John, you can unmute yourself. Please join the meeting.
Okay, are there any other hands raised?
I don't see any others. I'll try to get him in the chat.
All right, again, any other comments? Anybody would like to come forward and be heard? Yes, please. You just please introduce yourself.
Hi, Hi, my name's Tammy Papadopoulos. I've lived in Peabody my whole life. I'm from 7121 Cranbrook Way. My parents also grew up in Peabody. My husband grew up in Peabody. I have two older children that have already gone through the school system. One is 25. She was on an IEP in school, and it just didn't work for her. She was bullied. It was a mess. So then my other daughter in school, also issues with fights, stuff like that. It was a mess watching them go through the school system. I went through the school system. It wasn't that great when I went. My two younger children are autistic. They both go to the Peabody Prep school system, and it is phenomenal for them. They were getting lost in the school system in elementary school. They were getting dragged along, taken out of class for their services, but what was being done in class was not being worked on with them when they were taking out of class, so they were falling behind greatly. I was told because of my son's autism that not to expect much from him in school. He wasn't going to go far. That couldn't have been farther from the truth. I worked for the state for 22 years, working with people with developmental disabilities and mental health. I took it on as a challenge that when this prep opened, I was going to sit with my son and help him work, him and my daughter, who have thrived. No more going to school being made fun of. No more crying son having to drop him off in school because he wasn't allowed to be with all the other children in his class. He was a little hyper, so they segregated him from everybody, which then led him to be a spectacle of the classroom. So now that he is on the prep and he's been on it for years, he's thriving. He's doing unbelievably great. My daughter is doing great. They're both confident. They both made meaningful relationships with all the children that are there, and the teachers are phenomenal. And they get all the services they could possibly need with a lot of one-to-one attention for these kids that really needed help, which was really good because it doesn't happen in the regular school setting. These teachers are overworked and understaffed. And I saw it firsthand with my older children. I didn't want that for my younger children, so we stayed on the prep. And it has done wonders for them. They're confident. They are just really, really thriving in the school system. I don't want it to end for them. It's really important for children like mine who get lost in the school system to be able to have something like this to help them work, stay on task, be confident, and do something great with their life, you know? So for me, it's really important that we try to keep this open for these kids. They're really doing well in this program, where especially I was told that that wasn't going to happen for my son and that maybe meds would be a better option for him. No meds, just a mother who knew what she was doing and cared enough about her kids to work with the teachers, any of these teachers that knew me from McCarthy. I am a hands-on parent. My kids are respectful. They're kind. My son continuously gets awards for being kind on the prep school and helping others. They're just such a great team. I don't know if you guys have ever seen one of these classes take place, but the way they all work as a team, they're excited to see each other. I wish they got more opportunities and funding to do more field trips because they get nothing. So with the funding, I'm just curious what funding they actually need. I mean, we pay for their food, we pay for the electricity, I mean, we pay for the Wi-Fi. There's really not a lot of funding that I can think of that would need to cut this program. So I just didn't understand what the funding was that really needed to be cut for this.
Well, thank you, Tammy. It's the positions.
Yeah. These teachers will go to another school system though, correct? With the same pay
Or
that they
depending on
get now?
seniority and union rules, they may be able to be back in in Peabody in different location.
But with the same salary, correct?
I would think so, but again, based on union rules, I would think so.
But so for the prep school, it's just the salaries that you're paying for, where we, the parents, provide everything else? There's no transportation, there's nothing, correct? Or?
I'm not aware of the details. I just know that the positions are the cost that we were looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, thank you, Tammy. Thank you. Thank you, Tammy. Please, welcome.
I promise I'll be brief. I know everybody is probably pretty tired and hungry. My name is Karen McKinley. I'm on Griffin Road in Peabody. Been here for about 15 years. So I have a 7th grader who's going into the 8th grade, was a little concerned about the idea of clusters, being reduced. When I heard Dr. Vidala talk tonight about, the class size being smaller from 7th to 8th and that kind of warranting the reduction, that gave me a little bit of, a little less concern. However, I'm hearing some discrepancies from the parents and teachers that have come in and talked about that, and I was wondering if you could address whether or not there really will be a disparity, or if we're looking at a smaller class size and there really won't be, there's not much of a concern in terms of teacher to kid ratio.
So just quickly, I could address that. There are 50 less students in the current 7th grade than there are in the 6th grade and the 8th grade. So that's where that reduction comes in. So that there are less students per grade, and so reducing that falls within the contractual limits. We're looking at around 22, 23 per class, because there are a number of students in that 405 number that are also educated in substantially separate. So we're looking at a class size about 22, 23 for next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Any other comments, or anybody else who would like to come forward? Welcome, and if you could just please introduce yourself.
I have nothing prepared because I wasn't planning on speaking because I'm horrible at this. I'm sure you're familiar with me because I was in your office. I'm going to start crying. So my child was bullied through kindergarten and through the whole school at the West, and nothing was ever done. This is why I was in his office. Still nothing was ever done. I had to go to the state of Massachusetts and file a complaint so they could do an investigation about it. My child ended up trying to commit suicide, and thankfully she did not die. And the reason I'm standing here is because I saw Miss M today, and I know that you guys need to give her more teachers and paras in the TLC program, because if it wasn't for the TLC program, I don't know if I would get my kid into school. Sorry, my voice. Because just between the depression and the anxiety of being bullied and wanting to die because of how bad this kid made her feel for so many years, it's just the TLC program is extremely important for these kids, and we cannot put all the work on one teacher. And I think it's very important to think about that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, and if you could just please, your name.
Sorry, Dawn Regan.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. Anybody else would like to come forward?
I'm back. This time I am as a parent following that person up. As you know, I can't say much as to what our experience in this district has been. However, I do see some of my son's teachers sitting there in the back, the paras. These paras have been instrumental. I'm Jen Coughlin, Lowell Street, Peabody. My son was moved from McCarthy to the TLC program because he could not remain in the inclusion setting. It was not the right placement for my son. However, the TLC program and those paras kept my child in district for at least 2.5 years, saving this district over $100,000 a year. My child had a full-on trauma response to his principal at the McCarthy school and to teachers at the previous school he was in. I met with Dr. Vidala multiple times. I have talked to multiple people on the school committee about our experience within this district. That program is so necessary for these kids. These kids do not have a place to go. It was not the right placement for my child. However, there is no way that without paras in that program, it could be successful. To have one teacher, I think my class, when my son went to that program, he was the only kid. He had a one-kid class, and now 2.5 years later, there's, I think, 7, 8 kids in that class. That teacher has 1st to 3rd grade. Some of those kids can't read, some of them can't do math, and some of them can't even be in the classroom. There are times the entire classroom gets cleared, and those paras are all with the kids, or taking breaks down the hallway, taking breaks outside. Without that, all those kids would likely be going out of district. A good amount of them would be going out. And that's just, I can't enforce that enough, that your out of district costs and how many kids cannot be supported within this program. If anything, that program needs more resource in it, not cutting paras. It needs more. When my child started, he was supposed to have a 1-to-1, and I believe there's 3 or 4 paras in the classroom now to 7 to 8 kids. I just feel, as I see his paras, and his teacher was here earlier, that teacher never gave up. At McCarthy, I was being called daily, and I was told daily that we had to be available at all hours of the day to pick up my child if they were dysregulated. At the West, I've been called only a couple of times to pick him up, and it was warranted, but each day he went back to school and he knew he had a fresh start. So I would, while the program is not perfect, the heart there's a lot of heart in there, and those paras are necessary, and my son would not have been able to get through the school day if it was not for them in that class and that entire program, and it won't work without those paras. And on totally switching gears, I have a follow-up question, because you keep saying that for the 8th grade class, there's 50 less kids coming in. What happens next year when we have 50 more kids and that cluster is gone and these teachers have moved on and found jobs elsewhere? How are we gonna how are we gonna make a place when those numbers do go up? Because they will, and that's what we're looking at now. We have grants that we use. We had COVID money, which has run out. Eventually those numbers will go back up, and we're not gonna have a place for those kids because this year we had less. I think that's it. Did I miss anything?
Thank you,
Okay.
Jen. Thank you, Jen. Okay, is there anyone else that'd like to come forward? Welcome, if you could just please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm AJ Torres. I live on 11 Summit Terrace. And I just wanted to briefly come up here and state that while working at the center school last year, I had a period of 3rd and 5th graders at the prep school. And I just wanted to talk about what a community they had there. I would log on, sitting in a closet due to space issues. I would log on to my class, and these kids I would feel like I was walking into a genuine classroom. They loved each other, they loved their teachers, they loved to learn. I'm grateful that you are maintaining it for the older grades, but I do ask you to consider that there are younger children who, even at their age, are afraid to go to school in person, and they matter. Additionally, as a little aside, after the tragedy that occurred this week, we've been receiving a lot of notices regarding using 988, and I just wanted to clarify for parents and maybe children watching what happens when you use that. I have no shame in admitting that I've used it before, and I'm here, if that's any consolation to how it works. So, a lot of people are afraid to use 988 because they are worried that it will send emergency services to their home. They're worried that their parents are going to wake up in the middle of the night and see them on a stretcher. They're scared that they're going to show up at school. I had to give you more information to speak here than I had to give 988 when I was experiencing suicidal ideation. They ask your general location, whether that be state or city. Their goal is to keep you out of the hospital. They are not trying to get you in it. So if any of our students are ever concerned that when they are feeling suicidal or unworthy or being bullied, they're scared to seek out that free resource accessible at their fingertips, don't be afraid. They want to help. They want to keep you here. They want you in the classroom. I want you in my classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Anybody else would like to come forward? Okay, anybody online? Nobody online? All right, thank you. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you over there.
Hi, so my name is Kimberly, and I'm a parent of a high schooler, a middle schooler, and a kindergartner. So the reason why I'm here to speak today is because I don't agree that we should be making cuts to the guidance counselors, even if it's in a rotation. My daughter have used her guidance counselor on multiple occasions for getting into fights, and just a lot of mental health. I just don't feel like it's a great idea, especially next year, her going into 8th grade, that all these 8th graders that are gonna be moving on, they're gonna need help with high school applications and just It's just another person for them to go speak to. It's like another counselor. It's like another therapist. I understand that you guys are seeing numbers of students going into each class, but I'm seeing it's an extra body for a child to go to, and they're having a crisis. Not every kid wants to come to their parent and discuss stuff that's going on. Not every kid wants to go to a cop. Not every kid wants to go to the principal. My daughter has spoken and said that they had to fight because they felt like they were being bullied for going to the principal or for going to the vice principal. Sometimes the teachers are their safest option. Some kids don't have those parents as a safe option. Some kids look for the teachers for guidance. Some kids look for their guidance counselor for guidance. I don't think reducing the kids into 4 clusters is the brightest idea. I really think that we need to have the 5 clusters. I've also dealt with Raquel and stuff, and I have seen that she has lied on the tests and stuff, and this is why there's a lot of kids that should be in that therapeutic class, and it's not. So I think they need to be retested. I think she needs to be questioned. I think a lot of kids should be going into that therapeutic class, and they're not because of the lies. I really think we need to get the Higgins more support. The Higgins is a really big school. It's one of the biggest schools in the state. And it's like, what are we gonna do for the kids' future? I have graduated from the high school, and I have heard from multiple graduations that we have people from the Peabody High that are now on the government team, but in like 10 years from now, I don't think anything's gonna happen like that, because it's not starting from high school, it's starting from elementary levels. Like, the kids need to learn their math facts, they need to learn their English, they need to learn their punctuation, they need to learn all that. And like cutting classes, cutting teachers, reducing all that help, is not gonna do them any good. So I'm asking for you guys to reconsider the 8th graders to be the 5 clusters, and to reconsider the guidance counselors to be just the guidance counselors, not to give them extra work. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Anybody else would like to speak? Okay. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing, and then I think we can maybe take a few-minute break.
Everyone that wants to speak has spoken.
I'm sorry, has to do with?
School committee and budget at the same time.
Well, certainly, you have the opportunity to speak.
I just want, I didn't want to do anything. Okay. I'm Ashley Doucette. I live on Cranebrook Way in Peabody. Lifetime Peabody resident for 37 years. So, hello everyone, parents, teachers, committee, everybody. Again, I'm a lifelong resident of Peabody. I'm a mom to a 6th grader and someone who has lived through and witnessed the damage that bullying causes for far too long, and this goes into the TLC program, I promise. When I was in middle school here at the Higgins, well, not here, but the old Higgins, I stood up to the bullies. I protected people who couldn't protect themselves, and for a while I thought that made me so strong. I helped everybody. High school hit and I became the target. There is a literal shrine to me on the bathroom wall. Think about that for a second, okay? An entire wall dedicated to mocking and tearing down a teenage girl. Nobody did anything about it. I started skipping school and leaving in the middle of the day when I got my car, tried to escape. No one ever stopped to ask why. No one asked what I was going through, they just let it keep happening. I'm not the only one. I watched my sister, my baby sister, who's not a baby anymore, she's married and pregnant, and, but my baby sister go through the Higgins and get bullied. My parents spoke to the school repeatedly, even one specific person. Nothing changed. She was physically assaulted, cyberbullied. She was threatened with death. Still, there was no action taken from Peabody Public Schools or the parents. Not putting all the blame here, but Peabody never leveled up. There was no accountability, so I stepped in. Guess what? The police got involved then. Then the school paid attention. Took law enforcement to make them care. That should never be the case, ever, for anybody. But let's be honest. For over 50 years, schools have been pretending to be a safe place. Safe spaces. We all know better. Teachers have always looked the other way. Maybe not now. I know some of you guys in here, I know you haven't looked the other way, trust me. Counselors used to tell us boys would be boys when they did anything. People who ignored us, who ignored my sister back then, are now sitting in power, even became the principal of this very school. They failed us. Make it make sense. We lost Jason. I do not personally know this boy, but this put me on a rampage of trying to figure this out because of my daughter. He's 14 years old. He couldn't take the pain anymore. I've been there. My 12-year-old just told me recently that she wanted to kill herself, and she just spent some time in a partial program. 12, because of how she feels at school. Only now, suddenly, this is a problem for people. No. No. This has always been a problem. And if the schools aren't going to fix it, I'm sure we will. Parents, teachers. I've worked in youth crisis. I do educational advocacy for IEPs. I've lived this life, and now I'm raising a child in the same broken system. I'm not standing down. I don't care if it takes months or years. I will fight my butt off until every single one of our kids is safe, seen, and heard. I want to make all of our voices impossible to ignore. Not just for Jason, not just for my sister, but for every child who's ever been told to just deal with it. Everybody wants change, we want answers, we want justice. Let me be clear. I've taught my child how to deal with a bully because the school system has failed every single one of us. I will not let anyone fail her. She knows how to stand up for herself, and if what she does gets her a suspension, that's fine, because at least she's alive. She also knows the hell that will be rained down in my household if she's the bully. I don't put up with that. More parents need to act like that. This is no longer about detention slips or disciplinary policies. This is about life and death. And if the schools won't protect our children, then we will. It has to end with us. Now I have to mention the TLC program and the reason why we're talking about this. First of all, I have been fighting with my daughter's IEP. And I will be honest with every single one of you sitting here, my daughter has gone through Peabody school systems. They have made her, because of her mental health, they have made her go to a residential program. She has gone to, left the residential program and gone into a private school that Peabody funds for over $100,000 a year. I have been begging to get my child back into the TLC program at Higgins, and I am being fought. And I did not know it was because The teachers weren't here for it. I could release $100 grand for you guys, get my child back, get your teachers back, and then some.
My daughter was 10 when she tried to kill herself.
Yeah.
By the way. Because the schools did nothing when she was being bullied.
The ages are younger and younger. People used to talk about the epidemics that we would have. We had the heroin epidemic, right? We had pregnancy epidemics. Now we have the biggest bullying epidemic because parents and administrators, starts from the head. I'll give it that. Starts from the head with the parents. Nobody cares. Nobody cares anymore. The reason I want my child, and ask me why I want my child back here because of what just happened and because of her mental health that she has, but she loves that woman over there that teaches at the TLC program. And they want her to go extended school year, who usually teaches extended school year, and she comes back so happy that she doesn't have to drive an hour and a half every morning to go to school. And she gets to see her. And she was so excited when we toured the school that she was the teacher. That's all my Maddie wanted. I want to go back to the Higgins. I want to see my friends. She knows so many people here. Do you know how many kids she's allowed to socialize with at the school that she's at? 4. One of them she's allowed to talk to outside of school. And all I keep hearing from the IEP, out-of-district coordinator, and her school is she needs to socialize more. What a better place than something with, how many kids are here? What, 734,000, something like that? And she knows kindergarten, first, second, third, she went to the McCarthy, so she knows a bunch of kids. And it just kills me that I can't do that for her, but it kills me more that we can't do anything about the bullying. And again, like I said, it's the head. I'm not telling anybody to cut off the head or anything like that, but you know who I'm talking about when I say they didn't do anything for my sister, and now they're in charge. I think it is asinine that somebody who didn't do anything, and there's plenty of people that are in charge of stuff that never did anything, in my life. My whole family came here. Doucettes, Laskins, I know some of you know them. I just want every kiddo to be safe, to feel heard, to be understood. And I love the initiative that you are doing for next year. I appreciate that. Again, I was as a crisis worker for years, and having to leave it because of how bad things got with my daughter, I had to take care of her versus anything else. I would have loved to work here and help Jason or help Susie or anybody. I don't want somebody to lose their life. Nobody does. I get that. But how sad is it that that's what it took to get everybody to start talking about things? So if you need me, I'm just saying, some of you probably already know, but I'm on the PBD MA Parents Against Bullying page. We already hit the paper in one day, so join me on Facebook and let's do this.
All right.
So I just received a letter from a parent who is hoping to be here tonight and is stuck at work and really wants her letter read. So I told her I would do that for her. So it reads, "My name is Melissa Garvin, and I am a mom of 3 kids, 2 of whom attend Higgins Middle School. I'm an active participating parent. I've been on the PTO, ran the school book fair for years, helped start the walkathon at the Brown Elementary, attended and participated in every field day, volunteered side by side with teachers in the classroom as a mom helper for years. I also work in the medical field. I say all of this to help you better understand where I'm coming from and why I'm outraged and quite frankly disappointed in the lack of support that our kids have received. No parent should ever have to bury their child, especially as a result of bullying. I'm not asking for answers for how this happened because unfortunately we all know this is a result of a broken system. I will, however, shed some light on the aftermath and how we need to come up with a solution moving forward. We cannot, unfortunately, go back in time, but I can tell you I never want to have to hold my daughter all night again because she's so distraught that her friend since kindergarten is no longer here. These are babies trying to navigate adult feelings and situations with lack of support. Other districts going through the same thing have opened their schools on the weekends, filled them with support for the kids. Our school did nothing until Monday. Why? Other communities have supports in place right away to help de-escalate the situation and help the kids sort through their feelings. Did anyone think of the bus ride to school? How the kids, like my daughter, who now have an empty seat where their classmates should be sitting? I can tell you that this is not being considered because I feel if it did, they would have made a better effort to get support on the weekends for the kids and, quite frankly, for the teachers, who I am sure are equally as devastated. I'm not here to place blame on anyone. I'm here to be part of a solution. I know firsthand that not only are the kids afraid to speak up, but that teachers have their hands tied and that they too have been silenced by a broken system filled with decision makers who are far out of the classroom and not in touch with what is actually going on in the classrooms and within the school. We cannot tell our kids to come forward and report things to a broken system that puts a target on their backs and leaves them without a solution. I'm not the only parent who feels this way. Cutting the staff, especially the staff that are inside the classrooms who are being asked to not just teach math, science, English, but also the security guards in the hallways, social workers, support systems for both parents and students. To be honest, the list of what teachers are expected to do is far beyond their contracts, and asking them to take on more children, larger class sizes, more responsibility while cutting more support staff is not only dangerous, but irresponsible. I beg that you find another solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to come forward? Thank you, Liz, for bringing that forward. We do have somebody online?
Yep, so we have Sharon. Sharon, if you're able to unmute, please unmute. Okay, I'll try to message her.
Is there anyone else here again? I just want to make a last attempt to anybody that would like to come forward. Yes, Mr. Hockman?
Did, Dr. Vidali, when you're done messaging Sharon, did we ever hear from John? I think you said you were going to try to reach him in the chat.
He put his hand down.
No.
No response.
Any response from Sharon?
No response.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to close the public hearing on the 2025-2026 Peabody Public School budget.
Second. Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mr. Hockman, seconded by Mr. Amico. Roll call vote on the motion, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion for a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, I'd like to have a 5-minute recess. Thank you. All right, I'd like to restart in 1 minute, please.
Mr. Mayor, when we resume, we have to make some motions to receive. We got some documents.
Mr. Hockman, would you like to make that, like to resume the meeting? Thank you, everybody, for that short break. Mr. Hockman, there's a couple of items you wanted to have.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to receive. I think we got a letter from Ms. May, and also it looks like a petition from Higgins Middle School teachers. So moved.
Second. Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mr. Hockman for receipt of those identified documents, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter. All in favor? That's a roll call vote of approval. All right, so this is what I would like to do, and I ask everybody for their support. I would like to reduce $100,000 from workers' comp, $100,000 from utilities, and $50,000 from moving expenses. And so a reduction of $250,000, and then add $700,000 for these positions. I would like to have the prep program back. I would like to fund the deaf teacher at the .8. I'd like to have 2 paras at the TLC West School program and 2 paras back here at the Higgins. That would then increase our number. The number would then become $99,050,552. And I'd like to move forward and ask for everybody's support on that. I think all of you have advocated for a number of those anyway. I would like to move forward in that manner. Mr. Miko, I'll turn it to you.
I'd like to make a motion to take the recommendation of the chairperson of the school committee. So moved.
Second. Thank you. Further motion by Mr. Amico, seconded by Mr. Olympio. On the motion, Mrs. Dunn, did you have a question or comments?
Yes, now it's my original question when we started, but now I would like to ask, when you say the return of the PBD prep, would it return as the current program is currently operating?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hockman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To follow up on Mrs. Dunn's question about the prep, operating as it's currently operating, what grade levels will be reinstated?
So we currently have grades 4 through 12, and we would be looking at grades 5 through 12 next year as they rise up.
Maybe Mr. Rippon, can you give me the lines, numbers for the workers' comp, utilities, and moving expenses if someone has that?
Workers' comp would be 22027. Utilities would be take 50,000 out of 21002 and 50,000 out of 21003. paving, that would be out of 4021, 50,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rippon. And then I understand you're asking for the reinstatement of the PBD prep grades 5 through 12 as it currently exists. The .8 FTE for the deaf and hard of hearing position. You said 2 paras for the TLC program at the West, and then 2 paras at the Higgins. Could we give a little more detail on the 2 paras at the Higgins that we're talking about? Is this,
I was gonna, yeah, my thought was, that was my thought. I kind of thought I would defer to you, but that was my thinking.
To support the TLC program.
okay. I can support all of this. There's more I'd like to talk about bringing back, and I can have a path about funding for it, but let's stick with this. I think a motion was made.
Okay, do we have Mr. Amico?
Second the motion if it hasn't been seconded.
I made the motion, and did you second it through the chair? I just wanted to, Mayor, thank you for bringing this forward. This is very, very important to our community. It's very important to our schools. As I said earlier, this school committee here has always been dedicated to the health of our students. We've added many positions over the years that unfortunately we've had to cut recently, and to bring some of these back is it's a big deal for our community. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the rest of the school committee.
Well, thank you. It's all of us. I think a lot of us feel the same way on these items. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. I was trying to get to a number. Is there things, Mr. Hockman, that you want to bring forward, before we vote on a final number? I was thinking this was going to be the final vote. Is there something that you wanted to bring forward?
Yeah, I'd like to bring
So,
back.
Mr. Amico, would you mind holding that motion? All right.
Yeah, the therapeutic learning teacher at the Higgins Middle School. I would advocate for bringing that back, and I would advocate for a reduction, and someone's going to need to talk to me about how to implement this in the Director of Pupil Services that's paid for out of a grant, not in our operating budget. But I believe that something like a teacher or a therapeutic learning teacher would fall under the same grant as a pupil services position if that's funded by a grant. But unless someone tells me otherwise, I'd be looking to make that swap. And I usually don't like being told we can't do things, but I understand sometimes I have to accept that. If we couldn't do that swap directly, if there were other things that we could pay for out of the operating budget from the grant that's funding the Director of Pupil Services, or Student Services, I forget the title, pardon me, and then we can fund this therapeutic learning teacher here at the Higgins. Actually, at this point, and no disrespect to anybody, I don't care. I want that to be part of the motion. If it's supported, it's supported. If it's not supported, it's not supported.
Well, you mentioned a couple of items, Mr. Hockman. Are there other items you wanted to bring forward?
In terms of being able to bring back the therapeutic learning teacher?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we could potentially find 75,000.
All right, I mean, if we can find it, we can find it. I've talked about the redundancy that I believe exists in early childhood directors. We have 2 programs. I still don't understand why we need 2 directors for 2, just because we have 2 separate programs. So there would be another area that I think that we can find some perhaps greater efficiencies, and I think those are both funded out of revolving accounts and not even out of grants, so I think that there may even be less restrictions on how we could utilize those funds. That would just be another opportunity, I would think.
All right, you'd like to make a motion? Go ahead.
Well, I'd make the motion to include, to adopt the recommendation of the mayor and superintendent with regard to the lines we just talked about and the additions we just talked about, and in addition to reduce the, or eliminate the position of Director of Pupil Services and reinstate the position of the therapeutic learning teacher at the Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Hockman. Or we could take $75,000 out of another line item and fund that position. Would that work, Mr. Hockman?
I want the position back. I'm indifferent where the money comes from. I'm just trying to find a source.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. You've advocated for a number of these positions. Okay. Give me a moment, please. All right, Mr. Hockman, I think your points are good ones here. I'm wary of, well, Dr. Vidal, do you think you have an idea to potentially?
I would recommend that we reduce line item 17031, which is collaborative tuitions, which we see currently an $81,000 increase in the proposed budget. If we reduce that by $75,000, we look to fund that out of circuit breaker funds that we'll receive in reimbursement, and we reinstate the TLC teacher at the Higgins Middle School for the second teacher in the amount of $74,577,000. And that would be budget neutral. We would keep the 99,050,552 as the voted number.
Doc, you said line 17031?
Yes, collaborative tuitions. Just do an even switch for the salary back to the Higgins special ed. The Higgins special ed line item is 9013. And the amount of $74,577,000.
Joe, you want to make this motion, or you want?
Through the mayor, I'd like to amend the previous motion to add those figures that Dr. Vidal had just mentioned. Through the chair, if Ms. Bowe needs any, are you all set? Thank you.
Thank you for the motion.
Thank you to Ms. Bowe for being here and every week that we're here.
Thank you, Mr. Miko. Thank you, Mr. Hockman. I second the motion. So again, we'd be, I just want to spell this out again. We would be reducing our utilities line item by $100,000. We'd be reducing the moving expenses by $50,000 and workers' comp by $100,000. And there's some risks certainly associated with those. But reducing those, as well as the item just mentioned, the $75,000 that was mentioned in line item 17031, collaborative tuition. Those would be reductions, and then we would be bringing back the Peabody Prep program, the .8 deaf teacher, 2 paras at the West for the TLC program, 2 paras here at the at the Higgins Middle School, and the occupational TLC teacher in the therapeutic program here. Those items would be brought back. I feel good about that, and I appreciate everybody, and I know we all do appreciate everybody's advocacy. We're all trying to do the right thing, but hearing from all of you was very helpful to us. All right, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Amico?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed salary line item in the FY26 budget in the amount of $65,742,505.
Second.
Heard the motion by Mr. Olympio, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Amico?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed non-salary line item in FY26 budget in the amount of $33,308,047.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mr. Olympio, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter. Those numbers? Yep. Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please, for approval.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Amico?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'd call an end to this public hearing and take a 5-minute break, and then we have our regular school committee meeting that we're going to start at 10:05. Thank you, everyone. All right, I'd like to call the regular school committee meeting to order. Today is May 27, 2025, and our meeting tonight is at the Higgins Middle School Library, and we are beginning our meeting tonight at 10:06 p.m. following our public hearing that we just completed a few minutes ago. We are being broadcast live, as always, on Peabody TV, and the minutes tonight are being taken by our recording secretary, Laura Bowe. We are going to move forward to item number 2, and we have minutes from May 13th, budget meeting and regular school committee meeting, May 15th budget meeting, and May 19th budget meeting. I'd open up those for discussion and a vote.
Motion to approve minutes for all the meetings identified by the chair.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard the motion for approval of the May 13th, 2025 budget meeting, the May 13th, 2025 regular school committee meeting, May 15th, 2025 budget meeting, May 19th, 2025 budget meeting. Motion was made by Mr. Hockman, seconded by Mr. Amico. Roll call vote for approval, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Thank you. Next item, approval of bills. We do have 2 warrants today, Mr. Olympio.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to approve warrant number 6036 dated May 27, 2025, in the amount of $2,051,261.54, subject to audit.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard the motion for approval of warrant number 6036 made by Mr. Olympio, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve warrant number 6037 dated May 27th, 2025, in the amount of $58,576.81, subject to audit.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mr. Olympio for approval of warrant number 6037, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item, continued business. Anything to report, Mrs. Dunn, or can we hold that to the next meeting?
Things are progressing. We have a lot to look forward to. I can't wait till they finally approve this next month, and then we can really get going. There you go.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. And that magic date is June 18th, right, for the feasibility? We'd be invited into the feasibility portion with the MSBA?
I'm not sure.
I think it's June 18th.
I think it is. I don't know.
June 18th.
Don't quote us on it.
Thank you. We do have, next will be superintendent's report. We do have a couple of items. Dr. Vidala, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to invite Ms. Randall, who's been patiently waiting from the high school. We've heard a lot tonight about different issues that we're dealing with students and things that they're dealing with around social media and distractions and the impact of cell phones on our youth. And, you know, Ms. Randall and her team have really been working very collaboratively with students and teachers around the issues of cell phones in schools. We're seeing our state legislators talk about this as well. And Ms. Randall is here to give us a little bit of background on some of the work that they did, and then there's also a pilot policy in front of you that at the end we'd like to receive and perhaps send this to quality and standards, but this could work as a first reading, and then ultimately I believe this is something that Ms. Randall and her team would like to see put into the student handbook at the high school. So Ms. Randall, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Dr. Vidala. Yeah, as Dr. Vidala said, basically, this is something that especially our staff has been asking for quite a while. Currently, we don't have a cell phone policy up at the high school. It is, students have their phones on them all day, and it's really just it's teacher discretion, room by room. So there's no, a student could say, well, so-and-so doesn't let me have it, but so-and-so does, and there's nothing uniform across the day. It's definitely a distraction to class time, and students should be focusing on their academics during their class periods, and it absolutely is a distraction in class, and certainly it's a distraction outside of class too, with just social media and things of that nature as well. I know you're aware. I don't need to keep going down that road with it. I prepared a very brief presentation for you tonight. I really just want to get more to the meat of what this is and the process used to get there. This isn't something that I just, dreamed up over the weekend and wanted to bring to you. It was a very thoughtful and thorough process that we went through to get to this point. But I did want to just make sure you were aware that the Massachusetts Attorney General's office is trying to put into legislation the STUDY Act, the Safe Technology Use and Distraction-Free Education for Youth. What it is, at least in its initial draft, is seeking to implement a full bell-to-bell restriction beginning to end of day, full day, no phones, and would require formal policies in schools. I have no doubt that that's coming much sooner than later, is a requirement from the state for every school to have a policy, and likely if we do not, the state will provide one to us. So that's another thing we're trying to get out in front of. Just a little bit of data here. This is from last year. As you know, all of our 9th grade students participate in our Civics Day. Many of you came out just about a month ago to see this year's current projects. This was some data from last year. We had 2 different student groups that did projects, Civics Day projects on use of cell phones in school. So this data I'm sharing with you is not my data. It was data from current 10th graders when they were 9th graders. With my approval, they asked if they could survey the student body. I said absolutely. As you can see here, they got just shy of 500 responses last year asking, how often do you look at or use your cell phone during school? The big pieces of the pie here, if you just look at the blue, red, and orange, is either I look at it at least once a class, and then upwards of 1 to 5 times a class, and I have it out constantly. And as you can see, that's it's far over 50% there, getting closer to 70%. The next slide asks them, do you believe phones can distract students from their classes and lessons? And the red and the blue combined, yes, it distracts a lot. Yes, distracts a little. Distracts, right? And it's about 90%. And again, this is just students surveying students last year. The process to our policy, again, as I mentioned, our staff, our teachers have been asking for something that was consistent for quite some time. This started back in the late fall. One of our administrators, not myself, but one of our administrators put out a call for a volunteer committee of teachers to come together. We had 24 teachers. That should tell you something right there as well, that wanted to come together and start to review this and get to the point of a school-wide policy. They reviewed over 20 policies of local districts around us, other communities that they might live in if it wasn't Peabody. Really just to kind of go through, what do other schools implement that we think we like and want to implement here at our high school? And also, what are some things that other schools doing that we don't think might work for us? And what they did was kind of compile that information, upvote certain elements that they thought were really important, and they came up with a first draft. It was just that, a first draft. We didn't really share that out publicly because I knew, again, it was a first draft and we had some stages to go. I thought it was very important to get student feedback on this. So back in the late winter, I put this out to our whole entire student body. They were going to offer during the day to start, during a wind block, during advisory, anybody that wanted to learn more about how we got here, why we're doing this, what we're doing, and start to take a peek at that first draft, come to an assembly during wind block. About 100 students showed up to that. The second part of that was to come after school and let's actually do an exercise where I'm taking your feedback. What do you have concerns about? What do you have questions about in terms of that first draft policy? And what do you think might be actually positive out of that first draft policy? As you can imagine, the positives were a short list when you're asking students what they want in a cell phone policy. And concerns were a little bit longer, but we gave that time and space to review that. We actually offered, because some students said, you know, I have friends that wanted to come, they couldn't come. I promised that we would have a second day after school. It was quite a bit later, it was about 6 weeks later, but we did offer with putting that out there about a week in advance to come after school if you couldn't come the first time. I wanted to make sure students had an opportunity to weigh in if they wanted to, if they chose to. So we had those two different after-school days where we collected feedback. Synthesized that feedback, brought it to my advisory council review, which has an administrator on it, 2 different teachers on that committee, and 3 parents on that committee. We met twice about that to take in some additional feedback, and from that I drafted the second, or I will call it potentially the final draft policy that I'm bringing to you tonight. I also just had a quick final student review. I put it out there to the students who had come after school to give feedback back in the late winter. Just this past Friday, during a wind block, I had only about 10 students took advantage of that, but I said, hey, I want you to be the first to take a look at this next draft policy before I bring it to the school committee. And they had a couple of minor questions about it, but overall they gave it a thumbs up and they were ready for me to bring it to you guys tonight. So that was the path. Feedback highlights, again, I mentioned on that teacher volunteer committee, they came together with things that they wanted to make sure were seen in a school-wide policy, and then they had a chance to kind of upvote on that. Teachers felt that the policy should not reference teacher discretion anymore, that we need to have something that's a uniform policy, that's not a class-by-class type of piece. They also noted that using wireless and corded earphones during instructional time in the classroom is prohibited unless explicitly authorized by the teacher for a specific educational purpose. So they felt strongly about uniform policy, and not just the cell phones, but getting the headphones out during instructional time as well. Students, again, they did find some positives in even that first draft, which was a pretty restrictive first draft, I will say. They actually liked the idea of no phones during class time to be able to focus. And that got several upvotes from the students that reviewed the first draft. They also liked the language that was in there about having no video recordings or taking pictures of others without their consent. As you can imagine, that's a use of cell phones that definitely does not promote a safe, nurturing environment when students might be taking photos or videos of others without their knowledge. So they like the idea of let's explicitly put that into a policy with consequences. As far as concerns, access to family in an emergency, that idea of being without their phone concerned them. And the piece about the headphones, they said, well, what if using headphones is actually written into a student's IEP or 504 as an accommodation? So I did check that with our IEP chair at the high school, one of our IEP chairs at the high school. If there are a handful of educational plans where a student might specifically actually have that as an accommodation, if that is the case, they would be able to, as you know, all of our students are issued Chromebooks, and they would be able to actually plug in, if it is an accommodation in their ed plan, they would be able to plug in headphones and not use wireless devices or something that connected to a cell phone. And so that's basically it. I wanted to share with you, you have it in front of you, I'm gonna call it pilot cell phone policy, similar to a couple of years ago with our attendance policy, which we took the word pilot off of this year. And yeah, so basically, I know you have it in front of you. I have it in front of me as well. The way it reads is, it's a one-pager. In order to ensure that all students access the high-quality instruction that Peabody Veterans Memorial High School offers, electronic devices, including all forms of cell phones, smartwatches, headphones, earbuds, or other similar devices, may not be used during academic class periods. This includes hallway travel during class periods. All devices are required to be shut off and away, which is actually language the middle school policy uses. All devices are required to be shut off and away during academic class periods. And by that, I'm being very strict with that. I mean bell to bell of class periods, placed in a student's backpack and not on their person. If a student does not have a backpack, their cell phone must be placed in the classroom cell phone holder, which will be provided by the school. And I know I will be able to prepare that for all of the classrooms in a pretty budget-friendly way. Cell phones and other electronic devices may be used appropriately during passing time and lunch. So basically, and I didn't even talk about the first draft. The first draft of the policy was just like the Attorney General's office would like to propose in legislation, which is no phones all day, which would mean the school is responsible for collecting something when you walk in the door, and you get it at the end of the day. While I do see high value in that, I'm also thinking realistic. I've spoken with a lot of other principals and a lot of other high schools as well, and they say those that have tried to do that fight the battle. It gets a little leaky, especially at lunch. Leaky was the word I heard a lot too, verbatim. Hallways, something that is going to be extremely difficult to monitor, I really wanted to think about as well. And I think going with that full all-day restriction would just be very hard to monitor, quite frankly, just going complete cold turkey. I do think that this proposed policy is extremely doable. I believe will be effective. We all have to be on board with this. It's going to take rollout. It's going to take more conversation with families too, and our staff. But I believe that at the high school, we don't have block scheduling. As you know, our periods are 47 minutes at the most. So we're talking about 47-minute blocks of time where the cell phone is off, not on your person, it's away. And so we can focus on class instruction. When I mentioned hallway travel during class periods, that's a big one for me, and our staff as well, because if it's the middle of third period and I'm walking in the hallways and I see a student take out a phone, they shouldn't be taking out a phone to go to the bathroom, to text a friend, to say, come meet me in B house, right? We're not trying to encourage those types of behaviors. The phone should be off and away, not on their person during academic class time, period. And they have that access to, if they need to check about rides after school, check in with someone at home, they have passing time to do that between each of those 47-minute periods and at lunchtime as well. There's a little bit just more language to the policy which says, additionally, while on school property, there are to be no photos, videos, or audio recordings of other students and/or staff members without their permission. School property includes school buses and the student parking lot before and after school. And again, that was a big one. The students really felt passionate about making sure the language stayed in there. Any violations of this policy will result in disciplinary action set forth in the student handbook that may include. So just briefly, to just sum this up, we have a little tiered approach to intervention with the policy. These would be classroom offenses, so classroom by classroom offenses. The first time there's an offense with the cell phone policy, it's a documented warning, meaning in Aspen, a documented warning and notification sent home to a caregiver. If there's a second classroom offense, that same classroom has a second offense with the student and the cell phone use. A teacher detention is assigned and documented. And now the cell phone has to be kept in the classroom holder. So we're giving that opportunity for you not, as a student, to have to turn that over to somebody else. The policy is you turn it off, you put it in your bag. It's staying still in your possessions, not on your person, but in your possessions. But if you've already had a first strike with that and you get that second strike, now when you walk into that particular class, it does have to go into the classroom supplied holder as opposed to the backpack. And a second notification sent home to the caregiver. So now the caregiver knows that there's been 2 strikes there. If there's a third classroom offense, the electronic device gets turned over to the grade level dean for the remainder of the day 2 dean's detentions are assigned and notification to the caregiver. The caregiver must come into school to pick up that electronic device, and that's on the 3rd strike. That came from the first draft of the policy, and our administrators felt strongly they wanted to keep that language in there. And then just a final line that just says, any subsequent offenses may lead to progressive consequences and intervention. I feel like that's vague enough, where on different case-by-case basis with our deans working directly, very closely with students, could monitor any individual situations for whatever might be warranted there. But all in all, I feel like this would be an effective policy. It would be uniform across the school, and keep the phones as distractions to the classroom academic environment at bay. And I'd like to see us be able to implement this as a pilot policy next year, take some additional data. In the meantime, see where the state goes in this type of direction too. And I feel like our students are going to be awesome with this. I have to be honest with you. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Principal Randall. Open it up for comments, questions, Mr. Hockman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Principal Randall. It's always nice to see you. We get together a lot this time of year. Respectfully, I understand the difficulty of just going cold turkey, but we know the data, right? We know that kids are using cell phones. Frankly, I'm old enough and been on this committee long enough where we didn't allow cell phones in schools when they first, came into being, and we talked about it. This is about 14 years ago, 13 years ago, and we talked about allowing students to use cell phones for lunch and for educational purposes. This is before we provided one-to-one devices, Chromebooks, to all of our students. And I don't see a need for cell phones in schools at all anymore. Your students know this, right? The data that you put up that you didn't collect, your students understand that what's going on here. I appreciate that you're coming up with this policy. I would prefer to go straight to where you think the state's going and work on, it sounds like you have 24 teachers on a committee. There's already buy-in from staff. Somehow, I'd like to work on that side of it and figure out how to implement it. I would also like to see something in this where I can go through it if you want, if we can go, the first paragraph, unless, just add unless required for an IAP or for a 504 plan. I would just go straight to eliminating the first bullet point. The second bullet point, the cell phones must be either placed in a classroom cell phone holder provided by the school or not brought into the school. I would take the phone away and make a parent or caregiver come pick it up. Because if you want to stop kids from bringing phones into schools, and forcing or making their parent come pick it up, I'd hand it over to the SROs and say, if the parent or caregiver has to come to the school enough times to pick up a cell phone, because it's their property, and it is their property. But, if the kid brought a knife or a gun to school, we confiscate that because even though it's their property, it's dangerous. We know cell phones are dangerous, right? They're good, if used properly, but this no photos, videos, audio recordings of any other students or staff members, I would eliminate without their permission. Because sometimes kids are giving permission for photos or videos, and then 6 months down the line, it's now being used as a bullying device, or it's being used inappropriately because something happens between these, one-time friends or classmates that were, cordial or friendly to each other. I'd tie that to the bullying policy that we have in place so that we can take some teeth into I think there's no reason why a student that I can see needs to have a cell phone in school. We have wonderful clerks who are sitting in the office and doing a lot of things. I know that they're overworked and there's a lot of things that they're doing, but if a child has a reason that they need to contact their family, your deans are wonderful. Your clinic is wonderful. The nurses are wonderful. There are a lot of resources that students have if there's an emergency and they need to contact a family member or, or get some help with something. And I also understand if this is too much for you, for the high school to take on at one time and you want to gradually implement something. But I'd like to see field trips. We have a bullying policy that when it was originally introduced, again, this goes back, Ms. Dunn, I think we were at the Kylie, that incorporates out-of-school bullying. We can discipline for bullying behavior if it occurs outside of school under our policy. And at that point, this was like 2010 or 11, I thought it was crazy. I said, how can we, and I brought up the example then, if a family's on vacation for February break, they're down in Disney World, and a kid in Disney World sends, a bullying message, text message to somebody here in Peabody, how do we have jurisdiction over that? How do we, deal with that? But, 14 years later, 13 years later, it's happening. So I would tie, no photos, no videos, no audio recordings. There's no educational benefit to that at all. There's no safety benefit to that at all. If that's what we're trying to preserve, is a kid being able to contact a caregiver or a parent. And if there's a violation of that, I would tie it to the bullying policy and making it a bullying offense. I think at some point, we just need to take the gloves off. At some point, we need to just say, we need to protect people who, we're hearing it all night tonight, we're hearing it for a long time. We need to protect people who don't have the ability to protect themselves. And cell phones have certainly exacerbated the bullying situation. It makes it horrendous. I wouldn't want to be a teenager now. We've had conversations with a family member of mine, and I certainly don't want to get personal here, but it happens. You see it. I don't need to tell you. You see it. And I think if you had, if you and I were having a cup of coffee at Breaking Grounds, and I said to you, do you really want to take this and just eliminate cell phones completely? I think the answer, I know what the answer would be, I'm pretty sure. So in any event, I'm happy to start somewhere. I'd like to go further. I'd like to just go all the way if we could, but I respect you and I understand that you have a good pulse on your staff and your building, so I'm not going to push it too far, but I think I just wanted to say what I did say. So if you're willing to go further, I'm willing to take it further. If you want to start here, I wouldn't call it a pilot either. I'd call it the policy, and then let us change it as we need to in the future. I don't want to go back from this, right? I don't think there's any need to. If we didn't have Chromebooks for every kid and they needed phones or could use phones for educational purposes, I might be a little bit different on it, but there's no, I'm guilty of it too. I text my kids sometimes during school hours. I'm guilty of it, but I'm wrong. I shouldn't be distracting them because they're getting distracted and then their teacher's getting distracted or a paraprofessional. It's late, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Hockman. Thank you. Mr. Amico?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Randall. This is great. I do agree, through the chair, I do agree with Mr. Hockman. I don't think we should have cell phones in schools, but, I think we need to start somewhere. Unfortunately, this is a beautiful tool, but students have failed, and I hate to say it, parents have failed even more so. We all own these weapons now, right? And we can, kids in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade with iPhone 600 Pros, they can either like something or not like it. Think of that. They can either like something or not like it. So then they grow up in middle school, same thing, and then in the high school. And as a teacher myself, any teacher that turns their back for even a minute, you can turn right back and 5 phones are out. So it's time to really ban these things in schools, but we'll start here. But parents need to be better, and students need to be better. It's a major problem.
Thank you, Mr. Amico. Mrs. Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Randall. I really like this policy. I think it strikes a very good balance. It places responsibility on the student, and they do need to learn that responsibility, but it does allow them to have a telephone on their person during the day. They are allowed to use it during the change in class and at lunch, which is something we spoke about years ago with the policy, when students asked us if they could use cell phones at lunch. And I really do think this is a step in the right direction. I'm glad that there's very little discretion, that this is across the board, every class, consistency. That's really what I think the students need, so that they know no matter where they are, they cannot take that phone out during class. End of story. Simple. If parents need direction on that, I don't know how much clearer you could make it, and I'm glad that it's written this way. I think you hit all the points where there's been trouble with the use of cell phones. And I really think no matter what, we can't put the genie back in the bottle. Those phones are everywhere. Knowing that little kids at elementary school have a cell phone still amazes me. But at the high school level, I think this is really good. I know that the teachers had different rules for their classrooms, but there was one teacher who was feared and respected by her students, Miss Bertram. Anyone in Miss Bertram's class knew your phone needed to go into that shoe rack hanging over the back of her door. It was very simple. We can spend a fortune on locking cases for cell phones. She paid, what, $1.50 at the dollar store, and you knew you put your phone into that case. Everyone knew her expectation. Everyone followed the rule. They didn't like it. It didn't matter. And when Miss Bertram passed away, that cell phone holder was hanging at her wake, at the funeral parlor. And everyone who knew it knew that that was her mark, and it was an example of the discipline that she instilled in her class. And even if kids didn't like it, they respected it. And I think they will respect this rule because it applies to everyone. And you made accommodations for kids who have special needs, and that goes without saying. There will be some cases where somebody may need to wear an earpiece or you know, headphones, earbuds, whatever. But this is, I really want to say this is excellent. And I do want to refer it, I'll wait for a minute, but I do want to refer it to the Quality and Standards Subcommittee for us to put it forward as policy for approval by the full board so that you can have this in the student handbook for next year. And I do think that parents have a very big fear, as do their students, about in an emergency. And I'm going to say it right out now, every one of us knows the nightmare of a school shooting. And how many times have kids used their cell phones to be able to call for help? That's the nightmare every parent has. And this takes care of it, because it does allow the student to keep the phone on their person, but to be responsible and only use it in an emergency. As far as being able to reach a student during the day, yes, we have staff. That's, you know, how it should be done. Reach out to your child, call the office, ask for someone to help you, to get a message to them. It's not as easy as people think, though. It really isn't. That's a big school, and getting messages around that school are difficult. And people need to realize that reaching out to someone during the day for an emergency is just that. It's an emergency. It's not to tell them, I can't pick you up at 2 o'clock. I can't, you know, you forgot your lunch, I'm bringing it up. People have to smarten up on some of these things. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. Mr. Swanson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Randall. I agree with what everybody before me has said. This is well written. It's taking a lot of consideration. I very much appreciate your approaches with this and the previous pilot study you brought forward to us it brings in the students as well as your staff and gets their feedback. I do agree with taking the word pilot out. Let's put this forward. As Mr. Hockman said, we're open to adjusting policies as needed. This is the policy. I also agree that I think it's fair to the students. We're putting trust in them and showing them the trust. You and your staff are showing them the trust by having them in their backpacks. My question on that is there any concern? There's obviously going to be a trial period as you roll this out and adjustment for those students that are currently in the school. Any fears with that beginning of class, somebody trying to reach in 3 minutes early to grab how the teachers handle that and their adjustment period for that? I want to make sure you have that built in. I don't want to call it a grace period, but I do want to ensure that the students it's being enforced as well, and the teachers have that support.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that question. And I think that's where it comes to like really having honest conversations early and often with our whole staff about the importance of this, and that it's only going to be as strong as we all treat it. And that strength of it has to be bell to bell. Our periods are short enough already, if I'm being honest with you. 47 minutes to do all that we should be doing each class period too is a short amount of time. So to say, oh, we finished 5 minutes early and we had some downtime, to me as the principal, we shouldn't have that. Our instruction should be bell to bell anyhow. But I think that's just really going to be we're going to have to continue to have those conversations and support each other and support our staff too, to hold that line with our students. And a lot of conversations with students as well. That was a big reason why I wanted to come before you tonight when we still have a few weeks left in the school year. We still have, some advisories left where hopefully we can, kind of get to this point too before we leave for the summer, where there is opportunity even before the summer in advisories to have some discussion and get some questions out. My plan also was to, if and when sharing this before the summer out with students, families, staff, to share it alongside like a frequently asked Q&A kind of document, where some of these questions about, well, what about an emergency? What about an educational accommodation? Things like that I know have already come up in conversations with the other stakeholders so far to this point, can be spelled out. Doesn't mean we're going to not have new questions come up, but to share that out alongside it. And I really just think this is something I want to put up on a pedestal, to be honest with you. So when we roll out school next fall, it's not just, oh, this is just something changed in the handbook about cell phone policy and we're not really going to discuss it that much. I'd actually like to figure out a way where all parents can sign off on it. So I really do want this front and center, up on a pedestal, very important. We have to all be on the same page and in this together. And it doesn't mean we're not gonna have slip-ups. Of course we are, right? Nothing's gonna be foolproof or perfect. But we'll work through those together. But I think as proactive and as communicative that we can be out the gate will really make a difference. So, thank you.
I appreciate that very much. The other area that I hoping you might be able to address is you have the no photos, videos, or recordings of students. I agree with Mr. Hockman. I would strike without their permission, but I also include, and if it's legal, off-property school events, field trips. We know that we have a lot of students that go on field trips together. Make sure that that's covered as well, that it's on the school property as well as off for this there. And the last question I had was just ensuring that when this comes up, it's part of your FAQ. You have the caregiver must come into school. We also have some 18-year-olds that are in the high school, ensuring that is answered to. They are adults. They don't have to go to their caregiver at that point. Just make sure that that's covered in whatever FAQ in your policy. You'll have that argument from them as well. Just appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just for that, just for the age piece, I mean, I would say it's not that different from just because you're 18, you can't dismiss yourself. You know, you still have to have parent guardian consent, so.
I appreciate that. Of course you had that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Mr. Olympio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Randall, for the policy. I agree with, really, with all of it. But I was sitting here thinking, have you gotten some feedback with the teachers? What would be less distracting? Would it be easier to have, let's say, everyone put their phones in a holder at the front of the classroom versus the backpacks? Because as Mr. Amico said, you know, if every teacher has probably different levels of tolerance, right? They turn their back, they're giving a lesson, and then a couple of kids, they're probably lightning quick. They whip out their cell phone. Teacher might say, stop it or put it back. But to kind of eliminate that aggravation, would it be easier just to have the cell phones at the front of the room? Or does that lead into other issues, like at the end of class, do kids take the wrong phones? And you have all of those issues. Have you discussed that with teachers? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think actually that kind of came into more conversation with my school council, with a couple of parents that were there, and with the student group. I think giving that piece of responsibility a little bit too, of not having to immediately turn your personal property immediately over to somebody else, and being able to, I guess, trust, unless we see that second strike, right? But being able to trust that, yes, I can put this off and away in my bag and focus into class, and giving that opportunity. But again, that's where, and this, the feedback actually came from one of the teachers that was on my school council, who's piloting something in her class right now. She suggested that piece of, if there already is a strike and you see a second one, hey, I gave you that chance. Now you have to put it every day in my classroom. You have to come in and you have to turn that over into the holder. But I think, and from the students too, that, again, like you said, they're getting these phones in their hands from such an early age. It's like an 11th finger on their hand. So I feel like sometimes it's definitely easier for us to say, what's the big deal, turn it over, put it in the pouch. I have to just recognize for them that may feel like a much bigger deal than what we believe it is too. So just giving them that opportunity, they're a little bit older, giving them that opportunity to be able to be responsible, to follow the direction of turn it, and it has to be off, not just away, off and away in the bag. So even if you're lightning quick, you still have to, we know how long it takes. You push the button, you gotta wait for the apple to come on. It takes a second. So if they're following the policy and following the procedure and trying to grab that out of the bag real quick, our teachers are good. Our teachers are on the ball and they got eyes in the back of their heads. So I know that they would see that too. But I appreciate that question.
Fair enough. We've come a long way since notes in the locker in between.
Thank you, Mr. Olympio. Mrs. Carpenter?
Oh, may I interrupt for 1 second?
11 o'clock?
I'd like to make a motion that we suspend our rules and go past 11 o'clock. So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mr. Swanson. Roll call vote, I think we need to do.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman? Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn? Mr. Amico?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. Mrs. Carpenter?
Thank you. Ms. Randall, thank you for coming. It's late. Apparently, we're going to go past 11 o'clock. So I think the policy's great. It's staff created, the people that have to use it, that have to implement it. I think it's well balanced. It gives trust. Students still have an opportunity to use it, which they use all the time. When do you need this wrapped up by? You said you want to put it on a pedestal, shine a light on it ahead of time. When do you need it?
I would say probably 2 weeks before the close of school would even be enough for me to be able to get the word out and for us to be able to hold an advisory to at least have some questions. So that would be
2 weeks before the end of school?
by the Friday,
So we need to wrap it tonight.
2 weeks?
So if
The
tonight
week of
was
the
a
10th
first
sounds good.
reading, then you could have a
Week
second
of the
reading on
10th,
June 10th.
End of that week.
We would vote on it the week of the 10th for a second reading.
That'd be wonderful.
So
That'd be
let's-
great
Okay
if
with
we could do
that?
that.
That's good?
I like it the way it is. I would be ready to vote on it tonight the way it is.
I agree.
All right, do we have a
I
motion?
think we should. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed PVMHS pilot cell phone policy presented to us this evening. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter. On the motion, Mr. Hockman?
Thank you. I'm okay with that if we can just add a little language. The first paragraph, if we can just include unless required for an IEP or a 504 plan. I'll leave the bullet points alone for now. I'd like to include field trips in the paragraph that starts additionally. And I would take out without their permission, and I would change the two mays. Any violations of this policy will result in disciplinary action set forth in the student handbook that may include. I would just write shall for the mays, take the discretion out of that. And to be clear, what you have, Ms. Randall, through the mayor, sorry, first classroom offense, second classroom offense, third classroom offense, you're talking about first offense, second offense, third offense, doesn't matter what classroom it's in, right?
It would be classroom-specific. This came out from the school council as well. Some of the parent and teacher feedback was that theoretically a student could be on their subsequent offense by fourth period.
All the more reason, but
Yeah.
because you mentioned that you were going to be putting, or somebody was going to be key punching the offenses into Aspen, which would theoretically allow all staff members to know about offenses.
Aspen's a tricky
I'll leave
animal.
I'll leave it alone, but I just wanted clarity there. because
Yep, I really appreciate that. We batted that specific piece around a little bit. And I think that actually puts more on any individual classroom teacher for responsibility, because if they see an offense happening in their classroom, now I'm asking the teacher, well, go check Aspen, see if the student had another one today, to know what you're supposed to do, and I think that's too much to ask, which is why we said, let's go class to class.
I hear you. I'm going to support this. I'd like to talk about those changes since we're going to go straight to. I normally wouldn't have asked for that on the floor. I would have done it in Ms. Dunn's committee. But I'll support this. But what you're saying is, for me, all the more reason to just say no.
Thank you, Mr. Hockman. Mr. Miko?
You through the chair, and I do like Mr. Hockman's amendments. The only one that I would be cautious of is on field trips. You know, we have kids who go to DC, New York City. I would hate for them to have to experience all that and not have pictures or some videos. I would leave a little teacher discretion, or whoever is in charge of that field trip to make those rules at that point. I just think it's...
Yeah, let's take that out. It's
Thank
tough,
you.
because even, I thought about Mr. Swanson, you you have kids at stage 1 who are performing theater, and they want to take photographs. I'm kind of betwixt with that one, but let's take field trips out for now. Ms. Carpenter didn't like it either.
That's why I brought it up. I saw her shaking her head.
Any comment or questions on those proposed changes by Mr. Hockman? Mr. Swanson?
No, and I appreciate it. I think as we're trying to pass this now, I appreciate that being removed. It does need to be thought out. I feel strongly about it, but for this first round of pass, and something we can bring back at a later date as you gather data. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Any other comments or questions on? All right, so has the motion now been amended? Mr. Miko, that motion would include Mr. Hockman's proposal, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter, I think. Okay, thank you. On the motion, Mrs. Dunn?
Thank you. Can we just get that corrected? Okay. Electronic devices, including all forms, blah, 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 earbuds or several devices, other than those required, unless required by
Or 504.
by IEP or 504 required. Okay. by IEP 504. Okay, and then what else? There was one other one. You wanted to say set forth in the student handbook that shall include as
Yeah.
opposed to may?
And then for the last sentence as well, the may to a shall.
That shall, okay, shall include. All right, and is that it? Just those two changes? And we're leaving out field trips. I actually think there is something in our policy about field trips and school events. Like a cross-reference could come into there, but so, that's already, I think it's been addressed in some fashion. Okay, is that it? All right.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. Okay. Roll call vote on the motion, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
And when
Thank you
we're
all.
working on the student handbook, we can make sure that this is included on that sign-off sheet that parents have to sign, that they've read specific parts of the handbook. We can always include this on that list.
Thank you. I'd even like to consider this as a complete standalone to the rest of the sign-offs as well. I
Yeah,
feel it's that important.
I think you're right. We should put a sign-off on this. Okay. We'll do that for the second reading. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Principal Randall. Nice to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. And the only other item on the superintendent's report is just in your written communications is a list of all the year-end events. I wanted just to make that as a public document so that everyone could see that. We had a wonderful George Peabody Legacy medals for the top 8 students at Peabody Veterans Memorial High School ceremony this morning. I'm sorry, felt like this morning. It was at 6 p.m. But that was a wonderful event. There's a lot of great celebrations that we have coming up for our students. I'd also like to highlight tomorrow night at the Higgins Middle School here from 5:30 to 8, we have a multilingual community resource fair, and there's a number of different resources that they have for families across the district and in the community. Some really good things there. And then we have all of our graduations and our moving on ceremonies, the senior clap out, the science fair awards, and all the moving on ceremonies. So a lot of great things coming up, a lot of opportunities for us to celebrate our students.
Thank you, Dr. Vidal. Any questions on the superintendent's report? Okay, seeing none, now we'll go to public participation. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and speak at the microphone? They're welcome now. Okay. It's all right. If you could just please, Liz, if you could just introduce yourself again.
Promise. Sorry. Okay, so my name is Liz Mover. I'm the president of the Peabody CPAC, and I just want to read for everyone watching a letter that we submitted that we actually sat in a Starbucks on the Friday before Jason passed away. And we wrote this letter to the school committee prior to the events that happened. And so it reads, "Dear Ms. Dunn and fellow school committee members, we want to reach out to you to express our gratitude for the recognition of parents' concerns regarding bullying within the district. We heard Ms. Dunn's comments that she has heard from families who have students that attend the virtual school due to bullying. We agree that bullying is an ongoing concern within the district and is one that needs to be addressed. All one needs to do is go to the Peabody Facebook pages, and especially one for parents, and you're likely to see a post about someone's child struggling with bullying. Additionally, CPAC has heard from numerous families who are encountering bullying, including a family recently who filed a PRS complaint with Jesse. Common themes that have been seen is that families are communicating with school personnel, however, action is not being taken. CPAC has been directing families to utilize the district's bullying reporting form. However, it has become apparent that families are unaware of this form and how it should be utilized, even after multiple encounters with school personnel. CPAC would like to propose that there be a district-wide education regarding bullying policies and procedures, including professional development for all district staff, an educational presentation for students at all levels, and an informational session or presentation for parents. In addition, we are curious if we can be provided with the data around bullying incidents, reports filed, and findings over the past 2 school years. Bullying is an issue that affects every child. However, special education students are especially at risk. CPAC would love to partner with you in addressing this issue. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, anybody else would like to come forward and speak? The microphone is open. Okay, seeing no one here, is there anyone online that would like to join us, Dr. Adala?
Seeing none.
Okay. All right, next we'll go to written communications. We do have 3 written communications this evening. The first is the end-of-year events. Second is the letter from CPAC regarding the FY26 budget. And number 3, letter from CPAC regarding bullying. I'd open those up for...
Motion to receive all 3.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion by Mr. Hockman to receive all 3 identified written communications, seconded by Mrs. Dunn. Roll call vote on the motion, Mr. Hockman?
I'd just like I know Ms. Mover just read the 3rd letter, or the 3rd item that we're receiving. The 2nd item we're receiving was about some budgetary concerns that CPAC had, and I just want to thank them for the letter, as it, I think, targeted some issues that were addressed at the public budget meeting tonight, and it allowed for, it steered some of the conversation, so thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hockman. Okay. Roll call vote, please, to receive those items.
Mrs. Carpenter? Yes. Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask that the issues brought up by CPAC in the letter concerning bullying be addressed as a agenda item at a future meeting soon. And I would also like to request that many of the questions asked in their letter regarding budget need to be answered, and I would like to ask that that be a discussion item on our agenda at future meeting. I know we will need some information to discuss those questions, but these are very good questions. We need to look at our out-of-district costs. We need to re-examine how our students are being educated when they're sent out of district, if there's any way to bring them back into the district so that they're attending school with their neighbors and friends, and so that we are able to look at the actual monetary and personal costs of the programs that we have. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. Okay. All right, before we go to subcommittees, I know there's a quality and standards item. Is there any other subcommittees that need a report this morning, or this evening? All right, great. I'll turn it over to quality and standards. Mrs. Dunn, I know we have the second reading on the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to present for second reading, policy IKF, graduation requirements. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mr. Swanson. Any discussion? So, Mrs. Dunn, we just need a roll call vote for that item?
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
A quick explanation for people listening, if anyone's still listening. This allows for students that don't pass MCAS to get a high school diploma, and I think we've gone back and we're able to provide about 70 or so diplomas to students who have no longer attend Peabody Veterans Memorial High School with a diploma as opposed to a certificate, and moving forward, that allows for that diploma to issue.
Right. And this clarifies our graduation requirements for this year. DESC is working on changes. So
Thank you, Mrs.
we'll be
Dunn.
reopening it again. But this is going to get us through June 6th. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please. We did? Okay, thank you.
I think it's just a motion to adjourn now, unless someone else has a
So-
subcommittee report.
Yeah, new business will be handled in the regular course, items for the next agenda. And the next meeting is June 10th, 2025, right here at the Higgins Middle School Library at 7 p.m.
Executive session.
Yes.
So motion to go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue with the intention of not returning to open session. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard the motion by Mr. Dunn. Thank you for that, Mr. Dunn. Seconded by Mr. Hockman. All in favor?
Roll call.
We need a roll call for that one. Mrs. Carpenter, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Carpenter? Yes. Mr. Hockman?
Yes.
Mr. Olympio?
Yes.
Mr. Swanson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dunn?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Thank you.